Mm. It's good. All right. What up, y'all? Mm-hmm. What's good? What's good? Happy Mother's Day to all the mothers. I ain't went live in a minute. Forgot what I was doing. Forgot how to do this thing. Your mom has a full wine rack. Good for her. Good for her. Can your mama spare a few bottles? Yo. What up, Blair? Happy Mother's Day to all the mothers, man. Y'all know what it is. Mm-hmm. We definitely bite. All right, I'll tell her. Tracy. In a minute, YouTube video. Thanks, Rose. Bring more what? What do they bring? What up, J Dub? Uh-huh. What do they bring more of? What y'all be liking to call it? Resources? What up, Dante? They be bringing more resources. They bring more resources. Mm-hmm. Ah, definitely can't have that happen there. Yeah. Yep. There you go, Soleil. All that. Dependability. Yep. All that stuff. No, they don't. Interesting. With a question mark? I refuse. I refuse personally. Bachelors. I'm old as fuck. I'm either living by myself or with my family. All right, Jamila, I will. Definitely. Well, I did, but I'll tell you, y'all said it. I can't do it. I can't do it. Just real quick. So if not this week, next week, I've been trying to round it up, trying to round up the peoples, but I'm gonna next week I should be able to go live only on YouTube. I mean, I'll be like simulcasting, I guess, or whatever you want to call it. I'll be doing it on both still, but the panels will be coming up on YouTube only. So I just been trying to get the people together. They've been wishy washy. um, because TikTok is not. It just I don't know. It just stifles you too much. Like the people, you can't say stuff. And can I bring the prompt down? Yeah. Mm, hopefully that's enough because I ain't bringing it down no more than that. But yeah, hopefully that's enough. I can't bring it down any more than that. Uh, but yeah. So just FYI, that's what we gonna do. Somebody attacked you. Uh-huh. Mhm. Am I leaving TikTok? Nah, I'll be on TikTok. TikTok is my first home, you know? But I think YouTube is just better for what I wanna do. Oh, I didn't even see you request, V. Appeal comments 8 times. Super strict. Super strict. I miss y'all too. You love to do a live with me? Alright. You definitely could join the panel, no problemo. Hit my email and let me know. I'll put you on the panel for sure. Yeah, man. I wanna have the panels. I have a big, good sized panel. So it should be fun. Should be interesting. Can I tell you something? About what? I say everything you think. Can I tell you something about what? Mm, maybe. Maybe TikTok's going that. You didn't have a small inkling about that, man? I don't know what you're talking about. We have weirdos asking about Jones again. Oh, I don't know why you guys are obsessed. I couldn't care less. Couldn't care less about it. Y'all like the drama. It's enough. There's whole pages dedicated to that drama. You can go consume tons of it. There's dozens of people talking about it. I'm good. I am back. They had a child outside of a committed relationship, only had it because they fear AB. I don't know what you're talking about. But yeah, man, we back in this thing. Let's talk about it. Single mothers bring more to the table than single men. Hey, you know what? Shout out to Kay, man. She told me to do this. She wanted to see me run this. I said, hey, it's Mother's Day. You know, let's run it one time. Definitely happy Mother's Day to all the mothers for sure. Um, but yeah, man, I think it should be fun. One live isn't enough to talk about my videos. The videos be fucking wild. The videos are crazy. What? Make a deal. Can you at least give us 2 days a week? Oh, 2 days a week is tough. I be trying. It's tough. No, 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 no. Not single fathers. Not single. It's not single fathers. It's single. It's men. Single mothers bring more to the table than men. I miss y'all too, Maria. Single mothers bring more to the table than men. Single men, married men, men without babies, men with babies, wealthy men, broke men. Single mothers bring more to the table than men in general. It's wild, huh? Ain't that messed up for the men's? The men should be doing better, man. Yeah, absolutely. You can come up, we can have a conversation. You can come up and we can have the conversation. The conversation is here to be had. The conversation is here to be had from all. You're seeing so many moms with kids on Mom's Day door dashing. I don't know what that means. What is the relevancy of that? Mothers with children door dashing, that moms just be working, they be grinding. They still in the lab grinding. Mm-hmm. Alive and Bold TV. I appreciate it. Mm-hmm. Yeah, they working hard. Absolutely. Leg. Am I disrespecting myself? Oh, I don't like when y'all cut y'all things off. Them, I didn't. That sounded bad. I don't like when y'all cut y'all requests off. That makes me want to block you. Should I block you or will you request up? If you gonna come in my space, you gotta have your requests on, and you gotta come up. One of the two or both. I give you the opportunity to come up there third. See if you can find your way up on the panel. I don't know. I don't know if you'll be able to though. Buying last minute flowers. I can't send you a request, Deontay. You have to request. You have to request. Yeah, if you want to come up, you gotta request. Of course, I got seat or something. I'm gonna my guy third. Let's get third out of here. All right, third. We tried, brother. You have yourself a great week or life. I don't know. What? How you requested up and then drop? That was crazy. That didn't make any sense. Mm-hmm. You ain't been missing the live, Steph. You ain't missed nothing. Yeah, they can come in on the backup. They're gonna have to be quiet though. Because after they get to yapping, I'm gonna get the blocking. Oh, you in the restroom? That's the best time to talk. Unless you gotta hold your wang, your little wang dang. I agree. They bring more bedroom experiences. Interesting take there. Minty taste. Would you oh, you denied the request? Okay. We're gonna I'll give you one more chance to come up. Okay, you didn't come up. All right. Have a great life. Yep, there you go. Hope your life is great after this. You rather be in the comments? Well, you're gonna have to be in the comments of somebody else's live. You know? Y'all can come in here and be quiet. That's how y'all gonna have to do it. I already told y'all. Y'all gotta come in here and be quiet now. You ain't about to come in here and cause a kerfuffle and just dip. How that's gonna work? We don't got no time for that. What up, man? Hold on. Let me move my mic. Let me get my mic situation. I didn't forgot how to do it. All right, we listening now. There you go.
So when I asked if you could elaborate, I'm not in any like opposition of what you're saying. I just want to see like where you're coming from.
So yeah, I mean, I did elaborate a little bit, but I mean, women in general bring more to the table than men, but single women, single mothers are no different than a regular woman in this case, because they still do all the same stuff that women who don't have childless women do, right? They just do it for more people. So that's the only difference. Like single mothers don't not do anything. They do the same shit. They just do it for their kids and everybody else.
Yeah, no, I'm like I said, I'm not in opposition.
Mm-hmm.
because I watched my mom like do the same thing growing up when she'd get into like relationship with dudes. You feel me? So like that's why I was at like that's why I asked if you could elaborate. You feel me? Like I said, I'm not in no opposition.
No, that's fine. Yeah,
You know what I'm saying?
Opposition or not, I like to have the conversation. So yeah, that's it. That's the point for it for me. It's just that mothers, you know, mothers have or single mothers are usually men specifically are trying to, you know, devalue them and act like they don't have any value or as much value as they once did because they have children. But the funny thing is, in all reality, they have more value than the men that are trying to shame the single mothers. The women, the mothers have more value than the men that are trying to shame them. You know what I'm saying? So that's the funny part about it. So that's where the discussion is coming from the lack of men who actually do show up and do contribute in a meaningful way, or, you know, can match the output of a single mother, right?
Okay, yeah. All right, yeah, that's all I was asking, was just to elaborate on the point. Other than that, everything you were saying.
Bet, man. Appreciate it. What up, Jamila?
Hey, how you doing?
Good.
I just want to say this real quick. I watch you on YouTube all the time. This
Nice.
is my first time ever catching a live. And I'm like, you say everything I think.
What?
And I'm glad you're getting these men together. I'm so happy. And we need men like you.
Oh, I'm sorry. I had to test that out. I never used the soundboard on here. I was like, wait a minute. They got a real soundboard. Okay.
Tell your wife I said she's a lucky woman. You are a great guy.
Thank you.
And I think if we have more men like you, we could raise better men. And I think that is the only criticism that I have of us women is that, and I know it's hard because people do whatever they want to do, but like we need to raise better men. These men, and I appreciate you for doing what you do, because I know living in a patriarchal, misogynistic society is very difficult for men to listen to women.
Yeah.
And I think that's the problem, is because we're the ones raising them, and once they reach a certain age, they are socialized to not listen.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
To not take our advice and not to believe what we are saying. And so we need more men who can talk to other men so that we can raise better men.
Yep. That's 100%. I agree. Unfortunately, we just don't. Men, you know, boys at a certain point, like you said, up to men, we just don't listen. We just don't listen to women. You know what I mean? Mothers, whatever. Right. That's why I think it's funny. Like when men be like, "Oh, I love my mama," and da 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 da, and I be like, "But y'all don't be listening to y'all. Y'all don't be listening to y'all mamas though, man. That's crazy." But
I was like that in my early 20s. I felt like since I was grown, so to speak, that I didn't have to listen to what my mom would say. And it didn't take me until like I was probably 25, and I really sat down with what my mom was telling me, and I was like, okay, I have to remember she's been my age before. She's been through life already. So what she's telling me is what's going to help me in my future, and I should just accept what she's saying instead of trying to combat it all the time.
When did you start to realize that? What age?
25.
Oh, you were 25. Okay.
So yeah.
All right. Damn. Yeah, man. See, and that's whack that you got.
I can admit I was arrogant in my early 20s. I was arrogant as hell. Like I didn't give a damn. I felt like I was grown. I could do whatever the hell I wanted to.
Yeah. You're in your 20s. I get it, but
so recently, and then I've been watching you for like the last 6-7 months, and like I want to say this. I never grew up with like a positive role model in my life,
man.
But like, what I like about you is you don't hide from your mistakes. And I grew up with a lot of dudes who would hide from their mistakes and act like what they did wasn't wrong. So it's refreshing to watch somebody and learn from somebody who's able to accept their mistakes and then learn from them.
Yeah, no, that's facts. That's one thing I got. Like we gotta be honest about what type of people we are if we want to actually be better. You know what I mean? There's no need in being like I never did that. I'm not that guy. Or not me. Not, you know what I mean? Like, no, I'm like me. No, it's me. I do that. I've done that. you know, to some degree, maybe I'm not as extreme as this guy, but I do that. I'll be combative sometimes. I'll be, you know, pushing back unnecessarily. I do, you know, whatever the case may be. So yeah, I don't think, and I've done this in the past, and I did cool, right? It ain't about where you been, is where you going and where you at now. But it's like you said, like a lot of men, or most men, they don't ever want to admit it. You know what I'm saying? Like they don't ever want to admit it. They don't want to be better. So they end up just passing the buck and being like, it's not me, it's them. It's her, it's Jamila. It's the, you know what I mean? My mama did it. My, you know, like I never did nothing. They did everybody. My baby mama crazy. My ex-wife crazy. Like, damn. Everybody around you crazy? That's an interesting take, fam. Teresa said, happy birthday, TT Peaches. Happy birthday, TT Peaches. Happy Mother's Day, TT Peaches. That's what she said. I guess it ain't her birthday. She also said drop C Dave. I don't know if that was on C Dave, not even up here, but I'll hold it for you though. I'll put the whole 4 on that boy noggin. Don't even trip. Don't you worry about none. No accountability. Oh, we got a gentleman up here. But yeah, I appreciate y'all coming up. I'm in a minute I might have to do it. I might have to restart the live. We're gonna see. We got Mr. TJ Carter. I appreciate y'all. Thanks, Jamila. Thanks, Deontay.
You're welcome.
All right, man. By all means, if you got sent the invite, definitely make your way up to the stage. They calling you up to the front. TJ said that's totally not true. And honestly, it honestly depends on the person. Okay. What does that mean? I don't understand. What does that mean? When y'all say it depends on the person, do you think that why do you think that actually takes away from what we're saying? You know what I'm saying? Like, it depends on the person. Yeah, we recognize that. I recognize that there are some men who actually are, you know, that do bring a lot to the tables, the proverbial table or whatever. Yeah, absolutely. I'm not saying no man brings it. I'm not saying every single mother brings more than every single man. I'm not saying that, but generally speaking, yeah, they do. So I'm not understanding. If you got sent the request and you didn't come up, I will. I'm happy you guys came today. I'm happy you stopped by. Maybe you can come back on one of your backups. That page will be banned from the live. Oh well, it hasn't. You haven't rejected it, so I'll allow it to rock out. You're obviously still in the live. You can't leave the live without clearing that. So definitely TJ and whatever your name is, Cosmic, TJ and Cosmic, definitely accept the request. If not, like I said, I hope you guys I'll bid you all a fond adieu. Mr. TJ, you have a great life. You are banned. Cosmic NWA, also banned. There you go. See? This is fun. I like banning y'all. Steve Bannon in this month. Steve Bannon, get out. Love Yourself Vegas says, where's the equality after conception? Love Yourself Vegas, can you make your way to the stage, or do you want me to block you? Do you want my attention, or what do you want? You want to have a conversation? You come up. I'll give you about 5 seconds to come up, and then I will block you, give you the time you need to go put a shirt on and take off that goofy hat. What do you want to do? Got about 2 more seconds. We got no more seconds. Okay. We're gonna block Mr. Love Yourself Vegas. You have yourself a nice life there, brother. Have yourself a great day. Have yourself a great day, brother. Uh-huh. Why you banning? Just mute people for the live. Uh-oh. You must want some attention. We banning. You know why we banning? I'm not dealing. I'm if you gonna troll up here. Don't troll from the comments. Say it with your chest. Don't troll from the comments. Say it with your chest. I'm here for a good time, not a long time. So if you in this thing, come on and jump up. Elite Minds, you on your head on the chopping block now? Damn. I was hoping we wouldn't come to this. Oh, damn, you did. All right, brother. All right, fam. Hey, it's been a long, good ride with us, right? We made it this far. We made it this far. Hold on, I'll give you one more shot. I don't know. I don't know if you knew the rules. I'm banning people. And that's cool. You know what I'm saying? That's cool. I ain't even mad at you. If you can't make it up today, you know what I'm saying? You at work or whatever, you on the toilet, you fixing your carburetor, you with your baby mama, I don't know. You with your side chick, you know what I'm saying? Whatever it is. Whatever it is, you know, let's see what it is.
Hello.
What up? We blocking.
No, nothing much. But no, what inspired this topic for today?
Actually, my one of my mutuals sent it to me. Said she wanted to see it. So I said, all right, let's run it.
No, because you'll hear the argument. You'll hear the argument about single mothers supposedly being abusive. But when those are compared per capita to men who are single fathers, you'll find these statistics to be around the same.
Yeah.
So it's interesting. I'm actually kind of excited to hear what the counters to this will be. But I haven't seen any guest requests as opposition yet for this. So that's kind of interesting. It's 253 people in here.
It's tough.
For that.
It's tough. It's tough to get the ops like to. That's why I've been blocking them, because they like to come in the comments and they'll come in here. They want to talk, but they don't want to talk. So I'm like, nah, come on up.
Oh, they'll talk in the comments, but not up on your.
Yeah. So I go on and give them the boot.
It's like that sometimes. Well, don't give them the boot right away, because they may come back another day. So one of the tips that I got when I first started live streaming was block as less as you can. Don't block unnecessarily, because that'll just help with your viewership and stuff. But obviously you're fine with viewership. So anyway.
Yeah. King E, what's good with you?
Yo, why do you say single mothers bring more to the table than single men?
Because I think they bring more to the table than men in general, but single men specifically, if we're talking about them, they just do more. They bring more resources. They're, they contribute more to the relationship.
General, give me specifics, dude. Single mothers bring more to the table than single men.
Yeah. So they bring more, meaning they show up more in the relationship. They are more consistent. They're more empathetic. They do the majority of the labor in a relationship, whether it be the load inside the home. They do more of the mental labor. They do the emotional labor in the relationship. So yeah, they bring more to the table. And they also make their own money and all those things. Same stuff.
Yeah, men do that too. I mean,
not as much as the women do.
Single mothers.
It says more. It doesn't say that men don't do any of that stuff. It's just women do it more. Single mothers, regular women, child-free women, whatever the case may be.
Right, women with kids bring more to the table than a single dude. That's crazy.
Why?
That's crazy.
What do single men bring to the table?
Geez, single men, I mean, they bring everything to the table.
No, be specific, brother. Remember?
Right. I mean, you weren't really specific. You said they bring emotions or whatever.
I didn't say they bring emotions. See, I didn't. I was specific.
Single man, what we're not bringing to the table is baggage.
Single men definitely bring baggage to the table. You have baggage right now. You have some trauma you haven't unpacked. That's why you're up here arguing against this.
I'm not arguing. I'm just wanting to know your lifestyle of you really believe
Yes.
single mothers bring more to the table than single men.
Women in general bring significantly more to the table than men. Single mothers bring more to the table than single men because again, hold on, Kingy. You still haven't answered my question. What do single men bring to the table? That when we say
this is a purpose by purpose basis.
It's not. See, you can't answer the question. Answer the question.
I'm a single dude here in AZ. I got a nice home, making good money, got fun lifestyle. I'm bringing all of that to the table.
So you make money. Okay, so single mothers don't make money. They can't provide for themselves. Are they providing before they meet you?
Some girls, yeah. Some girls.
Women.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, some women don't.
Some women don't, but most women do. There are more unemployed men than there are women, right? When it comes, we're talking about men between the ages. Hold on. There are more unemployed. There are a ton of men who have no interest in working. Like 7 million men have no interest in working.
Jeez, yeah, that's crazy. But
yeah,
like I said, I mean, it's basis by basis.
No, it's not though.
Yeah, it is.
See, but saying that is
all women bring more to the table than all men. You can't say that.
I never said that.
Wait, he never said all though. What I can say, King, is that the vast majority of times, vast majority of women take up the job market and vast majority of women take up the chores at home, right? Yeah. So vast majority of the women are doing more work than women are, which is exactly what vast majority of women are doing more work than men are, which is exactly what public's background is about.
I'm on the highway. I see men working the roads.
So,
right, but dude, you can't use anecdotal evidence against this because I can just go and say, oh, well, I see women working the roads on my way to work. Like anecdotal evidence will not counter this.
I've been telling him it's individual based.
It's not individually based. It's no. Hold on, Kingy. Hey, E. No. Hold on, brother. Hold on. E. You haven't answered my question. I asked you, what do single men bring to the table more than single mothers? You said so you personalized it. You said, I have a good job, I make decent money, and I bring a fun lifestyle, which sounds like a child to me, right? So what I'm asking you is, because when you asked me and you said be specific, I said, okay, single women are more, I'll be even more specific, right? Since you think that what I was saying wasn't specific enough. When I talk about emotional labor, women do the majority of the heavy lifting in the relationship, meaning they are the ones who are conscious about the health of the relationship. They're the ones who want to address the issues, talk about them, work them out. They're the ones who try to actually plan out. Hold on, E, be quiet. They're the ones who actually try to actively fix the problems, right? Like whether making suggestions or they themselves working on themselves and then trying to help the man work on himself. When you talk about bringing baggage, everybody has baggage. Single mothers in general, they work on themselves, they better themselves, and then they also try to better the men. They try to give the man tools so that he can better himself emotionally. They also do, like I said, they do the labor in the home. So if you want to, you know what that is, we're talking about cooking, cleaning, we're talking about planning, things that, the way the house needs to function and run. They do all of that stuff more than men. All men do, right? All men do more than women in general when it comes to a relationship. Single mothers, single fathers, married, doesn't matter. The only thing men do more than women on average is work slightly more hours a week than she does outside the home. That's it. She doesn't. Single men do not do, they don't do more. Men cheat more, men abuse more, men neglect more.
Okay.
That part.
But they don't, but as far as being positive forces in a relationship, they don't do more.
Everyone's different.
It's not everyone's different, E.
What you bring to the table is different from what I bring to the table.
You don't bring shit to the table.
Okay.
I didn't even ask you what you bring, but when you told me what you brought, it sounded like a whole lot of nothing.
What do you bring?
Nothing.
Exactly. That's what I thought. That's why you're doing this.
What does that mean?
This is your mindset.
I'm married, bitch.
You got nothing.
I'm married, ho. What you talking about?
What do you bring to the table?
Nothing. I don't got to bring shit to the table. I'm married. I won.
That's fucking sad, dude.
I'm married. I won. I'm good. I don't bring nothing to the table. I'm not single. I'm not a single man. This is for single men. This for you single. You don't have a woman though. Hold on, wait. Hold on, Kingy. Hold on. But do you understand the difference though? Like you are literally single for a reason. And it probably ain't by choice. You're single because you can't get anybody, right? And you sound terrible. You sound like a terrible person to be around. So what I'm saying is you asking me, what do I bring to the table, right? When we're having a discourse or a conversation surrounding relationships, it seems like it seems if you were just based on if you took our resumes, right? I have the better resume than you.
Let me know how.
What do you mean how?
What are we basing the resume on?
Success, results. I'm more successful than you in relationships, obviously.
Oh, in relationships. You don't know me.
I do know. I know you're single.
That's how you base success.
No, sir. We're talking
King,
about.
Are you single?
Yeah.
King, are you single?
Yeah.
Of course he's single. What the fuck? Of course. Have you listened to this man? Of course he's single.
I just had to ask
What
that.
woman would be with what woman would be with him?
Who would be with me?
So you have all of that and you're still single. My point exactly. Obviously, that ain't enough. You're proving you're literally proving my point in real time, King. You're literally proving my point.
No, like I said,
As you're trying to show me your house in your backyard. Congratulations, brother. I don't give a fuck. You thought I was talking about money? I would never have a pissing contest with you about money. That's stupid. If you really think that would be like the end all be all, like you're single.
Hey, back to my point. Everyone brings something different to the table.
You haven't answered what you bring, though.
Well, so now you're asking me what I'm bringing. I'm saying the difference between a single mom and a single dude is the baggage that the woman brings.
You bring more baggage than a single mother.
Is the kids.
Kids are baggage?
Damn right, yeah.
So the point that you calling children baggage proves again why would anybody want to be with you?
So yeah, if I had a choice between a woman with 5 kids and a woman with no kids, I'm picking.
Why does she have to have 5 kids? What's the average amount of kids a white woman has? Hold on, wait, that was a dumb example. Because you're a white man, I'm pretty sure you're gonna date a white woman. What is the average amount of children that a white American woman has in America? Is it more or less than 5?
I don't know.
Is it more or less than 5, E? If you had to guess, take a wild guess. Is it more or less than 5?
This mindset that you have.
No. Don't change the time, sir. Answer the question. Is it more or less than 5 kids? Because I don't want 5 kids. I'm married. I don't want 5 kids. So you saying that is what does that even mean? Huh?
I don't think you can afford 5 kids.
You don't think I can't afford 5 kids? Maybe I can't.
Yeah, I don't.
E, again, I'm happy for you. I'm happy that you make some money, man. Congratulations, brother.
I'm in shape, man. Feel good inside and out.
Okay. And you're single. Yeah. I mean, if it was by choice, it wouldn't be an issue.
What's your age?
I'm 43.
Okay. Well, you should have a wife when you're 43.
How old are you?
25.
45 or 25?
25.
Yo, you're 25. Okay, yeah. I thought you said 45. Yeah, when I was 25, that's when I met my wife.
Yeah. So,
I had a girlfriend at 25 is my point.
You said I'm success because I got a wife, and
I didn't say I'm successful because I have a wife. I'm saying, see, you missed the point. You're not listening. I'm saying that if you would, a reason why you're not able to hear me is because you keep talking while I'm talking. Right? This is super easy. What I was saying, my point was, you are a single man who knows nothing about relationships, barely out of puberty, right? You are a child to me. You don't know shit about relationships. You hold on. See, there you go talking again while I'm talking. I can say that. What did I say? That was wrong. Hold on, wait. Hold on, E. You just said I'm 25 years old. I know that about you. You are a young man who is barely out of puberty. I'm not making that up. That's not a lie. I don't need to. I know math and I know basic biology. You are a man. Hold on. You're talking too much. You are a 25-year-old man. This is your first year being a man, right? First year in adulthood, 25 years old. Your brain finally healed up. It stopped growing, right? Your brain is cool now. You're 25 years old. You are single. That's fine. I don't knock it. I ain't shaming people who are single. I'm saying, but if we're having this conversation about relationships and relationship dynamics, the person who actually has been in a relationship for 18 years would be clearly the authority on the topic most of the time, right? You would think, right? Not the single 25-year-old boy, man-child, right?
Yeah, right. Experience, correct.
That's all I'm saying. Like, so I was just saying that I have proven success already. You may be successful one day, but you haven't gotten there yet. That's what I was saying. I wasn't saying because I have a wife, I'm more successful. I'm saying you aren't there yet. You're not even established. And you're arguing with me, trying to tell me, oh, it's a case-by-case basis. I'm telling you, more than likely, because this is how this works, more than likely, a single mother is going to bring more good things to the table than a single man. The likelihood, I'll ask the question to you like this. If a single mother, you put a single mother relationship with a man, I don't care, man, single.
I know what you're doing.
What?
I know who your audience is. I know what you're
doing. Okay, now you can't even pay attention. You got ADHD worse than me. So let me finish asking the question. So if you put a single mother in a relationship with a, hold on, E, don't come off of mute. Don't do that. If you put a single mother in a relationship with a man, any man, I don't care, a single man, an old man, young man, or whatever, what is the likelihood what is most likely to happen? She abuses him or he abuses her?
I don't know.
Think about it.
Case by case scenario basis.
Wait, but what's more likely is the question. Because that's not, the answer can't be case by case. It's what's more likely.
Abusing?
Yeah.
Abusing one another? Well, that's bad.
Not abusing one another. Hold on, I'll ask the question again very plainly. What is most likely to happen? That single mother is in a relationship with a man. You pick the man. I don't care what type of man he is. You choose. It could be you. I don't care. You pick the man, right? The single mother, the woman in the relationship, what is most likely to happen? She abuses him or he abuses her. What is most likely to happen?
Abusing as in what? What's abuse?
Any type of abuse, financial, physical, mental, emotional, spiritual, I don't care. Abusive, period. Go.
Jeez, I don't know. That's such a stupid question, dude.
It really is. It's not really a genuine question, though.
Wait, but it's not a stupid question.
It's hard to quantify that.
Hold on, wait, Nino. Let Vicky go.
Yeah, no, it's, oh wow, I've never been called Vicky.
Sorry.
But no, it's all good. It's all good. But
I normally call you Tor. I'm sorry.
Likely. So, like, for example, when it comes to cases of SA, who commits SA 98% of the time?
Men.
Well, that's of course
men.
Men.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Yeah.
So if men is the answer to that question, right?
Oh,
then what is the answer to who is more likely to abuse? Not necessarily sexually.
Who's more likely to do SA? Well, that's obviously men.
No. That was just an example.
Sexually. That was just an example. Yeah, like public said.
Abuse. That's abuse.
Correct. But who is more likely to abuse in general?
That's a stupid question.
It's not
a stupid question because we all know the answer. The reason why you're calling it a stupid question is because you know the answer to it, and the answer does not favor what you're pushing right now.
Yep.
That's why you're calling it stupid.
Because he's saying that women bring more baggage into the relationship. My point is, if that's the case, how does it actually play out in a relationship? You would think the person with the most quote unquote baggage will be the person that would be most likely to abuse the other person. Correct? That's what my mind would think. But instead, we know that it's actually the opposite, right? That men are far more likely to abuse women than women are to abuse men. Therefore, maybe, just maybe, women aren't the ones bringing all the baggage into the relationship. Maybe it's men bringing the baggage into the relationship. And maybe you're fucking lying about it and you just got caught in one of them dumbass lies. Maybe.
So
go ahead, Nino.
So with that logic, if we go on by the example that she gave, with that logic, that's even with men and women that's married, and the men have their own blood children in the relationship.
What does that even mean?
Go on with the logic of just because men are more likely to SA.
Nope.
That means
nope.
That's what she brought up.
She just used that as an example. Don't get lost in the example. She just used something. Hold on, Nino. She literally just brought up an example that would be so obvious. Hold on. She just used an example that would be so obvious that not even you nor this dude would be able to deny it. That's why she brought it up. And then she just said, okay, so if you can admit that, then why can't you admit this? That's all she was saying.
Exactly.
That's all she was doing. Don't get lost in translation here. It's not about that one example.
You can't use an example and then say don't use the example.
Sorry.
You can't. That's what you're not trying to do.
Sorry.
You can't use the example to correlate to our narrative.
Nino, what is your issue with my example?
That it makes sense.
It's very broad.
Is
it? 98% don't sound broad.
That ain't broad, brother. That's very specific.
Broad, not the percentage of your example. Your example is broad. So what I'm saying is, if we know that men are most likely to do that, they're most likely to do that within their own families, and children, their own family, their own families.
So you're proving our point.
So what I'm saying is null and void. If you're going to use that for an example, if you're going to use that as an example for what we're talking about, that's a very broad.
That doesn't make it null and void. That actually is very applicable. Again, I already explained the logic. Okay, it would be better if you stopped arguing against the argument. Like, don't, again, I'm trying to help you out. Don't do that, because what she said was very relevant, and what you're saying actually is making our point even more. You're saying like, okay, so you acknowledge it. Okay, cool. Again, King Yi said that single mothers bring baggage. They bring more baggage into the relationship. The only baggage he was talking about was kids. He don't know what baggage is. So he goes, okay, that's baggage. Okay, fine. I bring up the fact that men are far more likely. I don't care if it's a single mother or a single man. I don't give a fuck. Hold on, when you talking while I'm talking, is very disrespectful. Single mothers, no matter who they're in a relationship with, they are more likely to be abused than they are to abuse. And that was the point. So do you have something to say against that? Say what, Nino? Okay, so Nino, hold on, Nino, hold on. I like that. Let's stay right there. So doesn't that prove that men are actually the ones who bring in the most baggage? Okay, how doesn't it prove that?
Way more single mothers than abusive men.
Says who? Who told you that lie? Based on what? Life? What the fuck? What you mean?
So let me ask you a question.
Okay.
Do you personally know more men that abuse women than single mothers?
Yeah. Every man I know is abusive.
Every man you know?
Literally every man I know personally, I'm not even going, before I even get to statistics, I ain't gonna even throw out the statistics. Every man, this dude, a bit, every single man I've ever, hold on, Nino, stop it. Jesus Christ. Every man I know, every man I have come across personally, every single one is or was, not that you don't have to be right now. You could have been abusive, right? You sound a little bit older. You could be in your 40s, right? You could have been abusive in your 20s. Huh?
No, you don't know. See,
hold on, wait. Hold on, wait. Nino, stop. Listen to what I'm saying. I'm not even saying, again, you have to be actively being abusive today. I'm not even saying that. I'm just saying, though, every single man I come across personally shows me they're abusive. Like, y'all be on this panel being abusive. And that's why I'm like, you expect me to believe that you're not abusive in real life? You get on a panel and lie. You think I don't, if you would get on a panel and get in front of fucking like 700-800 people and just start lying, right? You get on a panel in front of 700-800 people and just lie. Okay. You think that I think that you go home to your woman and tell her the truth? Absolutely. If you would get up here and lie, if you were going to get up here and lie, you going to go home and lie.
You just said every man is abusive.
That I know. I just said every man that I know. Hold on. I didn't say every man is abusive. I said, no, I didn't. You don't see? There you go. There you go lying again. No, I didn't. I'll say it again. I'll say it again. One more time. I said, every man I know, me. I don't know every man, nowhere near it. Again, I said, every man that I know, every man that I come across is abusive. Every single one. I didn't say all men. And brother just supported you, which shows me that all of y'all are some fucking liars. You just tried to lie. He jumped off of mute to say, yeah, you did, like a liar, because all y'all do is lie. Y'all love lying. That shit is crazy. When y'all jump off of mute to lie, that shit it'd be crazy to me. I'm like, this nigga just lied. And you gonna back up the lie? Why?
Hold on. I was married for 20 years.
You just so what, brother? What does that got to do with you? Hold on. See? And you see how you pivot? You see I didn't say you hit her.
Wait, but abuse is just physical.
Do you know what abuse is? Brother, do you know what abuse is? What are the hold on, but you're mad and you don't even know what you're talking about.
Tell me what abusive is.
Abuse? I didn't tell you what abuse is?
No, tell me what it is. Tell me what your definition.
How? Not my definition. The definition of abuse. There are many forms of abuse. It's not just physical. I just shut the fuck up. Goddamn, nigga, shut up. I'm gonna tell you. Abuse is mental, emotional, physical, financial. Those are some of the major ways that people abuse, men specifically in relationships. You're telling me you never hit your wife? Congratulations. Give him a fucking round. Hold on. We'll give him a round of fucking applause. He never beat a woman, y'all. Cool, brother. Okay, but you lied to your woman. I don't give a fuck. But you lied to your woman.
As if the Catholic Church has an abused children.
But yeah, born and raised in the church make me. I know born and raised in the church, 1,000% chance you abusive. 1,000%. Born and raised in the church, 1,000%. 1,000%. God's people.
Wait, but don't pretend that there hasn't been an immense sexual abuse in the Catholic Church.
He's not in the Catholic Church though. He in the Black Baptist Church, and they abusive too. They be the deacons be stealing money, and they be touching on the little girls, and they be sleeping with the deaconesses, and they be sleeping with the pastors' wives, and the pastors be hunching on the pastors be hunching, because I was in the church too, and I'll tell y'all a funny story about the church I was in. So I got to a church, right? Brother, please be quiet. I got to a church, and when I got there, like the weekend I got there, they got a new pastor. It was my first time at the church. They had got a new pastor, right? The new pastor, the way they got the new pastor was because the old pastor got transferred out of the church to another church, because they had a network of churches, right? So the old pastor got transferred out for the new pastor. Can you guys guess what the new pastor did to get transferred out of his old church to the new church to the church that I was in, and why
can I guess?
And why the old pastor in that church got transferred out to the new church? Go ahead and guess, Tor.
Let me guess. Was it sexual abuse?
It wasn't sexual abuse. It was infidelity.
Oh, shocker.
Close enough. So what happened was the pastor of the church, his name was Ira Lake. Pretty sure you can look him up. His name was Ira Lake. He was the pastor of a different church. And I forget the name of the pastor who was at the church when I got there, but he was only there for that weekend. That dude slept with a woman at the church. He slept with a woman at the church, got her pregnant. Then the church found out, they transferred him to a different church. Ira Lake had just gotten into a similar situation. He didn't get the woman pregnant, but he got into a similar situation in his church. and they just swapped them out. They just swapped them to different churches, right? I Relate comes to the church that I belonged to at the time, and he was there for years. So he was there the whole time while I was there until the very end. And do you know what I Relate ended up doing? He ended up getting kicked out the church pretty much because he did it again with another woman at the church. So when you get up here and start talking about God's property and shit, I don't care. That shit don't do nothing for me, brother. Who you think you talking to? You probably ain't never even read the Bible. Talking about God's people, boy.
I'm rehearsed in the Bible.
You very well rehearsed in the Bible or versed?
Put your mouth on God's people, man.
I don't put my mouth on nobody but my wife. I ain't gonna even hold you. But you ain't God's people.
In other words, you know exactly
If you God's people, I'm God's people.
He's right. He's right. We're all technically God's people.
Yeah.
It's not just people that go to church, right? So when you're saying don't put your mouth on God's people, that's literally everyone.
I want to say that's false. Not everybody is believing in God. I don't believe in God. I don't got religion.
I don't either. But
So why are we saying we God's people or God's children?
I'm not.
That's offensive.
Well, I'm not.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying what he said.
Yeah.
What he said.
I personally don't.
To the court. I'm just saying.
She just is making the point that God created us all. If you believe in such thing, God created us all.
Fuck. According to the Bible, every human is.
I don't believe in it.
But I understand that.
Hold on, man.
I'm
Clock
trying
up
to
here
say is,
tripping.
According to Catholicism, we're all God's people, right? I don't subscribe to Catholicism either. I'm just saying under that belief. So when brother is saying, oh, don't speak about God's people, he's essentially saying, don't speak about any human, which I'm saying that is flawed.
Yeah.
Get what I'm saying?
And he just trying to say that in a way to like scare people, acting like God gonna punish me. Cool, bro. I don't care.
I'm talking to the believers.
Yeah. I'm not a believer, so you can't tell.
Even in the Bible, it literally says all God's people are human. Like, that's what I'm trying to say to you.
I understand what you're saying, but everybody is not.
Hold on, wait, y'all. Hold on, wait, but brother, though, I don't want to derail the conversation too far. I promise you, I don't care about religion, though. That's what I'm saying. So if we can have the conversation without bringing up Jesus or God or whatever, then that's fine, because I don't care about none of that stuff. Go ahead. I'm there. You see, I like that. Now we clicking. Go ahead, brother. Answer the prompt.
More to the table than single man. First of all, I know a single man who out here killing it in the game.
Hold on, wait. Hold on, wait. Hold on, brother. I thought brother was supposed to answer. A bid ain't win, brother ain't win. You skipping over everybody. Clock. Go ahead, brother. I want brother to go a bid, then clock. Go ahead.
According to the subject,
Mm-hmm.
my thought, in my opinion, a single man don't bring. I mean, he is the table. He is the person that's making the single woman or single mother life better.
How?
Because he's picking up where the father of that child has not picked up.
What does that mean?
So the baggage would be the child. The baggage.
Hold on, brother. I need you to wait. I need you to answer my questions though. So, what are you talking about? Because I was saying how are single men? How are single men? I guess picking up where the father left off. Like, in what way? What are you talking about?
Say single mother.
No. You said no, because you're talking about the men. You said the men are picking up where the fathers were left off, right? But they don't. So up until this time. So what I'm saying, brother, is up until the time of the single man meeting the single mother. The single mother has kids that she's been taking care of, and right? She don't need a man. So I'm confused. And why are we assuming that the man isn't in the life of the child? Do you think so? You're admitting that men just are like most men are just abandoning their kids, right? Because you're just saying like the father's not there anymore.
I'm not saying that.
Okay.
I'm going to what your topic is. Single mothers bring more to the table than single men. That is not true.
How not so? What do single men bring to the table? What do they bring to the table?
They bring everything.
Name the things. Hold on. Name the things. Stability. Okay.
Finance.
Money.
Finance.
Mm-hmm.
If and this is the statement I just made, if the child's father is not in the mother's life or that child's life, then that man picks up where that father has left off, or is not present. He bringing whatever she's short, whether it's bills, emotionally, financially, whatever.
Okay. So I'm gonna let Nino go, and then I want a bid to go because Nino didn't get a chance to answer it either. Did you answer it, Nino? Because you came in and you was talking about something else, I think.
No, I didn't answer it.
Go ahead. You can answer it, brother.
So I noticed he said baggage, so I'll put another word on that. Bills. Bills. Having children is a bigger bill.
It is.
Let's keep it real. Most of the time, finances is a big part of a lot of relationships.
So wait, so are you doing the same thing he's doing? Because there's a child. So we're assuming that the fathers don't contribute significantly enough to the child's life financially, correct? So the onus is on the mother, correct?
Say that again.
So I just want you guys to understand what you're saying. And brother did the same thing, but then he pivoted, and I don't know why he did. So when you say that kids are another bill, I got you. When you say that the father is going to pick up where the dad left off, I hear you. But also what you're saying in that instance is that the fathers aren't contributing. So is that what you're saying, that most dads aren't contributing?
Father's a stepfather. You gotta make
No. Fathers. Hold on. I'm not being, brother, what I said is not confusing at all. I'm talking about, I got you. I'm talking about the biological father of the child, right? Or the children, right? Is he not there and he's not contributing financially, emotionally? He's not helping out with the kids at all. Is that what we're saying? And I want to be clear, I'm not trying to trap you. I just want to make sure that we're on the same page. If you're saying that, I would agree. If you say most men aren't contributing, I will agree with you.
I won't say most men are contributing.
Okay, then I want you to be okay. So what I want to do is this then. Talk about the majority, because that's what we're talking about. So you can't. So for what you're saying to be true, most would have to not be contributing, but you just said most aren't. So let's move on then.
No, I said a large amount.
No, listen, hold on, listen, Nino. I asked you point blank, are most fathers not contributing? You said no, but a large amount aren't. Fine, I will agree. I think it's most, but I'll agree that it's a large amount. So, when we talk about single mothers and you say stuff like single men bring money and they bring whatever they bring as far as like what the biological father is not contributing, you can't say that because according to you, most fathers are still showing up and contributing to the child's life. So you can't say that the single men are bringing that to the table because it wouldn't apply because they already have a dad there.
That has nothing to do with the prompt, though.
That has everything to do with what you just said, sir. I just want you to acknowledge that. So you got one or two ways out of this. You either are saying that most fathers don't contribute, therefore the single mothers need a. Okay, so if you're not saying that, then your other point doesn't exist. It's moot point. It can't. I just told you how. Okay, most fathers, based on what you're saying, still show up financially and they still show up emotionally for the child. Correct?
Yes.
Okay, so then that means that the single mothers don't need you. They don't need a single man. So the single man doesn't, hold on. So that means the single man doesn't actually bring that to the table. The single father is already providing that. I'm sorry. The biological father is already providing that. So that's a moot. So that point is moot now. Now do you have another point?
No, it's not. Because that single mother and that single child still need time and attention.
Listen. The single hold on. The father is already doing that for the child based on what you're saying, sir. You can't.
If the father is not living there, there's only so much attention and time you can give them.
So you're saying the father is neglectful?
In that way, yes.
So most fathers are neglectful, right?
We were talking about finances at first.
No, in any way. No. See, hold on, wait. Do you see what's happening here, sir? You are clearly cooked. Your point, you don't have a point. I haven't pivoted. There goes that gaslighting. I haven't pivoted shit. I didn't. But what did I pivot? Hold on. What did I pivot from? What did I pivot from? The emotional support that the child needs. That's what I said. Okay. Wait. Hold on. Time out. I don't agree with this. Is your point, not mine. This is the point you made. I didn't say most fathers do that. Nino, listen again. If you listen and you stop trying to argue, you will clear. See, you talking while I'm talking. If you listen instead of trying to argue, you would clearly see and hear exactly what I'm saying. The point is this: either the fathers are showing up and contributing in a meaningful way, financially, emotionally, physically, you know what I'm saying, taking care of the kids, right? Or they're not. You have already stated several times you think most fathers are showing up in that way. Got you. So if a single mother has the support of the biological father, then what the fuck does she need you for? That's my point. But then hold on. And that hold on, wait. Hold on, wait, y'all. But wait. No. But wait. Okay, fine. I will accept companionship for the woman. But brother said that it's for the child. So have we moved away from that? It's not for the child, right?
Yes, it is.
Y'all not making sense. You talking in circles. I gotta move on. I gotta move on. You're not making sense, Nino. I'm sorry. You're not making sense. Go ahead, Abid, and then let Clock go. He want to get in here. Yes, sir. Hold on. Valley said, it's only a dumb question because you're that man. That's what she said a while ago. I gotta read these, y'all, before we go. Bun Mission said, children aren't baggage, King baby. Women who are now more women own their own homes than men. Drop. Single women do own more homes than single men, sir. Yeah. F Patriarchy said, quote, King needs to be dethroned. Drop. Man, that's 25 on King. Y'all can transfer that if you want to. Bun Mistress said, men don't value kids, not theirs, not others. That's facts. They clearly don't like them. They clearly don't like the babies. Y'all call kids baggage. You can't call children baggage and then say you value them, brother. You can't say that. No, I didn't. You lying, Clock.
Percentage of parents abandon their children, mothers or fathers? Which one more?
The females.
No.
The fathers actually abandon their kids more than mothers.
Yeah, because y'all take them away.
No. You just hold on, Clock. Hold on, brother. I'm gonna drop you. You a troll. I can't do it. Teresa said most women with 5 kids are white tea, married, and conservative. That's facts. Soft Reset said pub.
Read that again.
She said most women with 5 kids are white tea, married, and conservative, and she ain't lying.
Facts. I'm white, and I'll even say that's facts.
You know that. Soft Reset said pub. Can you turn up the volume on the callers, please? Happy Mother's Day to all. Bet. That's as high as it's getting. Ali said, hold on, brother.
I want to appreciate you, but I have to go. I have to take a phone call.
All right, man, do your thing, brother.
Sit here. I appreciate you, man. I appreciate your panel.
All right. Appreciate you, man.
Thank you for bringing me up.
No problem, man. Have a great day. Go ahead, big. Ali said, back up front of Mike, spitting in the phone and shit. Go ahead, big. We listening.
So I go by stats. I go by
stats.
I make my arguments here.
Oh my God, here we go.
Even a bad argument. You guys will agree with it. So when we look at stats, in terms of primary caregivers of children following either a separation or a divorce, women are 80% more likely to be the primary caregivers. Shout out to women. That's beautiful, right? Women are, but that creates issues because we're looking at following divorce. Women are only 20% of women get remarried versus 35% men. So by definition, divorced men are more desirable to women than
no.
women are to
No. That's not. Hold on, brother. I know. Hold on. The fact that 35% of men get remarried versus 20% of women, that's one thing. The inference that you're trying to make is they're more desirable is not the fact. That's you just making that up. That's hold on. Now, hold on. But I want to just, let's stop real quick. You talked about facts. We all know that that's not a fact. That is just your assumption. Now, what I know because other studies prove that married women are less likely to get remarried because they're uninterested in getting remarried again. That's why. And men are more interested in getting remarried because marriage benefits men exponentially more than it benefits women.
What the fuck?
But I also wanted to say, public, the fact that he's saying desirable could be flawed, right? Because as you said, women being less likely or being less wanting of remarriage does not necessarily mean that they are less desirable.
They're not less desirable.
It could just be that men are more available,
yeah.
Or it could be that men are more desperate. Like you can change that in any way that you see fit. So it doesn't necessarily mean desirable. Abbott, the same way that people say that women desire men that make more than them. They'll use a statistic that says that women tend to go for men that make slightly more than them. That doesn't mean that men that make more than women are more desirable. It just means that men on average make more than women.
Yep.
Right?
No,
so
and even TLC.
Hold on, wait. Hold on. Abid, you just hold on. Abid. You just came up here saying you're all about the facts. And then when she just gave you the facts, you pivoted and brought up fucking TLC. Please be for real.
She don't want no scrubs.
Yeah, that song came out 20. You wasn't even born.
Female rappers coming out these songs. What's one with no broke nigga? So what's up?
That's what he just said. That's what he just said.
To be a troll.
He is a troll.
To be a troll.
Auntie said $10 on Professor Clock Clump. Hercules. Ice Queen said they get mad at child-free women for not serving their purpose and then get mad at single moms for having children. Damned if we do and damned if we don't. Yeah, that's all a lie. Y'all know. Manipulation. Bonji Baby said independent variables be tearing them up. Be whooping their feet.
That's hilarious.
Independent
variables be tearing them up.
Be whooping their feet.
Whoever said that, I love you.
That's Bonji Baby. She be dropping bars. Go ahead, Shan.
Bonji, you're a W.
Yeah, I agree with what y'all were. I wasn't really listening to when those men were talking. I do agree. I really wasn't. I do agree with what y'all were saying though about the like the fact that men get married more when they divorce than women doesn't really prove anything, because honestly, men need stepmoms. Men with kids, divorced men, they need stepmoms way more than single moms need stepdads at the end of the day. Like a single mom absolutely needing a stepdad oftentimes is about finances. It's about she needs the resources, or she needs the help financially, which she could easily get by finding a better job, getting a degree, which a lot of women end up doing. And it's part of the reason why they get remarried less, because they focus on, okay, the problem is a resource gap. Let me figure out how to fill that resource gap. Whereas men, on the other hand, they need a caregiver in the home.
Yep.
The problem, they can't just go get a better job and solve their problem. They can't just go get a degree or a certificate and solve their problem. They need another mother in the house at the end of the day. So I want to respond. I'm still speaking, so I don't know where you are.
You can't respond after she's done. Absolutely.
Yeah. So what they do is they go and quickly get remarried so they can replace a mom in the home, because they need that. The kids need it too, because they just can't.
They suffering without the presence. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But more than anything, the father needs another mom in the house. So y'all are more desperate and quicker to get remarried. Whereas, like I said, women, the biggest issue is a resource gap, and they just focus on going and getting those resources.
Shenanigans, I love you.
Let clock go one time. Go ahead, clock.
We don't have the kids in the first place.
Say it again, Nino. Hold on, wait. Nino might have said something.
We need a mom in the house. So most men with children don't have them in the household in the first place.
What? Not you clocking it. Not you making our point. Not you making our point.
Why would I need a mom in my house when I ain't got my children?
Exactly.
So would you agree that women do more? to say in a roundabout way?
Yeah, y'all know how kids are. That's a fact. They use resources, Section 8.
Women have the kids more, therefore single mothers bring more to the table than single men.
Yeah. You bring something to the table when you bring in kids with you. Resource. You bring them all bills to the table.
Mothers do bring more to the table because they have the kids with them, therefore have to do more for the kids. I love
it's not about the kids, about the relationship. How you
just
bring more bills to the relationship? How is that a benefit to me?
Nobody's talking about a benefit to you. We're saying single mothers make more to the table. Oh, they're real silent now.
Yeah, they bring more back to the table. Y'all trying to flex resources like Section 8.
Wait. Are you calling children baggage again?
Absolutely.
They are baggage.
Are you serious?
Don't nobody
Wait. Aren't you guys the same men that say that the nuclear family is important?
Yeah.
Right? So women already have it halfway done when they have the kids, right? Yeah, therefore, they're contributing more to the nuclear family than a single man does. Correct. What about adopted kids?
They're hurting.
No, we talking about
Wait a minute. When single women adopt kids, is that not contributing to the nuclear family in a way?
no adopted kids. We know what we're talking
Sure,
about.
because I know a lot of single mothers with adopted kids.
No, you don't. You don't.
Are you sure?
You don't know a lot. It's not a lot. You know,
Are you sure it's not a lot? How would you define a lot, Mr. Nino?
What do you mean? You don't know what a lot
How
means?
would you define a lot? Would 1,000 be a lot to you?
It depends.
Would 1,000 be a lot to you?
It depends what we are referencing it to.
Adoptees, 1,000 adoptees, would that be a lot?
Absolutely not.
1,000. Okay, now you're just capping.
No,
he don't even know what it. Hold on, Nino. Hold on. She's basically asked you to quantify what a lot means to you, because it's a lot. A lot is vague. A lot could be 5. A lot could be 10,000. She just gave you a number, and you just said, "No, that's not a lot." Okay, cool. I just want to move on from that though, because it's pointless at this point.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Give me 5 seconds. It's all depending on what you're referring it to.
We know.
There are a lot more women with their own blood children than there are women that got adopted kids.
Yeah, nobody's arguing that.
Can I just tell public? Can I just tell them the exact number?
Go ahead.
Of single mothers with adopted kids. It's 13,000.
I was gonna guess. Damn. Okay.
13,000 single mothers with adopted kids.
How many is it with blood kids?
To me, that's a lot.
Millions.
Kids.
Millions.
97% have blood.
Millions.
3%.
Millions. Okay. So then that's not a lot.
That's not. Hold on.
I
To
would
you,
call 13,000 a lot.
that's a lot. I call that a lot too. But to him, it's not. But we.
To him, it's not, because it doesn't fulfill.
It doesn't hit it.
His narrative.
Yeah, it's conveniently not a lot. Hold on, Nino. Hold on, y'all. Hold on. What we gotta stop doing is we gotta stop arguing the fucking argument. That shit is boring. I want to get on to I'm gonna let OD and AK podcast go, and then BPG, and then Cole. Go ahead.
How you doing, though? What's
I'm good.
What's up?
I'm doing great.
I got a question. What are you talking about?
Clearly, you know what I'm talking about. I don't know why you come up here and ask a dumbass question like that when I have a prompt up here. Like, the prompt is what I'm talking about. You want to answer the prompt, or?
Wait a minute. Public.
Hmm?
I need to ask you a question. Do you know who this person is? OD?
Slightly.
Okay.
Okay.
Slightly.
Never mind.
Go ahead. I'm listening. But what is that? What, I'm not understanding. Go ahead.
OD's here. I gotta be here to talk to you public. Okay. So
Cool.
Single mothers bring more to the table than single men. Like, how did you come up with this dumbass topic? Okay.
Logic, stats, facts, experience.
Start right now.
Hold on, wait. This is what I want. This is what I want to do. Okay. You can answer the prompt. I'm not up here necessarily in this moment for you to interrogate me. I've been talking for over an hour. You're new. You can do what everybody else did, and you can answer the prompt. You disagree? Cool. Why do you disagree? Go ahead. Yeah, now, hold on. Now, hold on, brother. I'm trying to help you, and I want to facilitate the live properly because this is, hold on. See, you talking while I'm talking. That's going to earn you a mute really quick. So what you have to do is you say you disagree. Fine. Why do you disagree?
Public, okay? You gotta let me speak. If you don't, stop muting me so we can have a quick
I
conversation.
literally just was trying to talk to you, and you were talking while I was talking.
One at a time, so
yes.
So let's keep it cool.
Sir.
So tell me why.
No. Do you want me to move on to somebody else, and you could come back, or you could drop if you don't have an answer to what I asked you? That's okay with me. I don't care. But I just asked, so I'll give you one more opportunity. Hold on. See, you're talking while I'm talking. See?
Just answer the prompt, man.
That's it, right, Nino? That's all you got. Everybody else answer the prompt. Everybody else, he thinks he's not gonna have to answer the prompt. Answer the prompt. You said you disagree. Fine. Disagree on what basis? Why? Why do you disagree?
Nothing to bring to the table because they have kids out of wedlock, you know.
Wait. Who said they had kids out of wedlock?
Right? You want me to speak, right? And let me answer the prompt. You don't interrupt me, right? So let me.
Well, I can and I will if I want to. But when I'm sorry, who told you that they had babies out of wedlock? First of all, as if divorced women don't exist.
That's single mothers, right?
Yes.
You gotta let me talk, okay? So what does the prompt say? Single mothers bring more to the table than single men.
Yep.
I don't know how you come up with this dumbass prompt, but single mothers bring more back out of wedlock. Just FYI. And no single man is gonna deal with that bullshit, all right?
Well, that's not true because single men date women with kids all the time.
So
I'm married. I'm married. I'm married to the woman that has my babies. We've been together for 18 years. Ask somebody else. Move on. Because I met my wife when I was 23 years old. And me and her been together ever since. 24 years old. We've been together ever since. Next question. So you don't have to personalize it. Hold on. All right. You don't know how to shut the fuck up. You think I'm on your live. You think I'm on your live. We not on your live, nigga. Go ahead, Cole. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, BBG. Go ahead, BBG. I'm sorry. Okay, yeah, we know. You can leave. You don't got to say nothing. Get the fuck out of here. All right, go ahead, BBG.
That was delightful. What a nice man.
Nice and terrible.
Absolutely. He was pretty terrible. Single mothers do bring more to the table than single men. If not anything, they bring fruit snacks, and because a lot of dudes don't have anything at their table, something is better than nothing. But also, single women in general just tend to focus more on like having their life together than a lot of men do, unfortunately. And I think that a lot of times when men are referring to single moms, they think, just like the guy who just left, they think that a single mom means that she's never been married, she's never been in a relationship, and the majority of the time when women are having children, it's usually within the confines of a relationship, but also even women who are married are usually engaged. Like even when people are having children, quote unquote, outside of wedlock, they are usually in committed relationships.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's an odd take to have because I think that it's meant to shame women. Just like a lot of these things, they're gonna boil down to the same few things, right? They're gonna boil down to trying to shame women, trying to humble them, trying to lead them to believe that they are less than, so that the men who are actually less than will have more of a shot with the woman who's a certified baddie. She looks great, her body's great, she's intelligent, she's a kind person, she can cook, she can do all the things. Outside of the fact that she literally just so happens to have a child, and they want access to those women, so they're. I wasn't talking about you, but you know if the shoe fit. But But they want these women who are successful and literally just so happen to have a baby, and the only thing that they can do in order to get access to these women is lie and say, well, you're not really that valuable because you got that baby. And it's like, okay, but why are you here then? If I'm not valuable, if you feel like I'm not worthy to be with you, why are we having this conversation in the first place?
You know what they're gonna say? Oh, because we sleep with them, but we don't marry them. Why would you sleep with a woman that I thought y'all? Here's what I'm saying. I'm just going. I gotta put myself in the mind of these these dudes, right? So if you would sleep with a woman, right? Why, if you're a high value man, you have respect for yourself. You're not giving your body away free, to any woman, right? Because I thought promiscuity was a problem. All of these things, these are all the things that these are all these things that they say. These are all the things that they say, right? But then you are willingly going out here sleeping with women who you have no desire to ever commit to, right? No desire to ever commit to, but you would sleep with them. You would lay down with them, put your health at risk. Because I don't think you guys understand this. Every time you lay down with the person, your health is at risk. So you trust them enough. You trust them with your health enough to lay with them, but you don't trust them to be in a relationship with them.
They don't trust. I don't trust those women.
No.
They just want. I see what you're saying. It's I get exactly what you're saying. Because for one, you don't mean that literally, but it is the fact that they want to lead these women to believe that somehow you don't walk up to a woman and have the ability to sleep with her just by telling her like, hey, I'd like to sleep with you, waste your time and leave you. That's not actually gonna work. Mm-hmm. So they lure them in with the idea that they're loved, they're special, they're all of these things. They sleep with them and then they discard them, but they have to continue to contribute to the system of creating the low value, quote unquote, women that they don't like, and separating the women that they feel are worthy from the women that they feel aren't worthy. Like they have to continue to create that, because the reality is, if all the women cross the planet,
OD, shut up, bro. Like stop, bro. You hold on, wait. Time out. You have to stop acting like a child. If you can't take it again, you can drop. You can't shut the fuck up. Everybody else can shut the fuck up, but you. I don't understand. Like, are you okay? Then leave.
But that's all right.
God damn. I gotta go. Leave. You ain't gotta tell me you gotta go. I don't give a fuck. Leave. Go ahead, BBG. Jesus Christ.
They have to continue to create the women that they dislike. They have to continue to create those single mothers. They have to continue to create those women that they feel have high body counts. That's why they don't have a set number for what a high body count is, because the goalpost has to continue to move. Because if all the women everywhere decided like, hey, I'm not sleeping with you until we are married, and I mean, I've decided to marry you, not I was attracted to a marriage, not I was a child bride, not no coercion. If it was in a perfect world, women made the decision for who they were going to marry, and that is when they slept with men. Men would be frantic. They would be losing their minds, because essentially that's what's happening right now. You have a lot of women who are making a decision like, hey, you know what? I want to be way more selective with who I'm sleeping with. And now you're seeing birth rates decline, and you're also seeing marriage rates decline, because women are really figuring out, just like Cree Summers said in her interview with, I can't remember the lady's name, I'm not in a relationship because I'm starting to understand that I'm not meeting men who are at the same level of intelligence that I am. And those relationships don't actually serve women to make themselves pretend that they are less smart, less capable in order to be in a relationship with a man. It's just not helpful to them.
Facts. Let Cole go ahead, Cole, and then Slim Kid. Let all the new people go. Oh, Abid, did you want to say something?
Yeah, your past determines how you're going to be treated. If you don't want to be treated like a low value woman,
no,
don't act like a low value woman. It's common sense.
Can I respond to that,
your legs for multiple men and then get surprised and then treat you that way?
No.
Be more selective. What the heck?
Here's the thing. These are the same men that will say that men are the gatekeepers to relationships and women are the gatekeepers to sex. That's what men like you will say. However, it's as if it doesn't take two consenting adults to do each. So exactly what BPG said, like, it's as if it doesn't take two to do the tango for each a relationship and each to have sex. So anyway, just wanted to say that. But
so you don't think that's like,
hold on a bit.
Wait till marriage.
A bit.
Thank you.
Let Cole go. Go ahead, Cole.
no, I want to respond to her. So
Go ahead.
You don't think that statement is true? I mean, have you asked the dude out to be your boyfriend?
absolutely I have. But to further my point, my point is there isn't a gatekeeper to either sex or a relationship.
Yeah.
One gender may ask more for sex or a relationship. However, it takes two consenting adults to do each. So, for example, if a man asks a woman to have sex, and the woman says yes or no, it doesn't mean that she is the gatekeeper for sex. It means it takes two consenting adults to do each.
Yeah.
It takes two consenting adults to do both a relationship and to have sex. There is no gatekeeper for either or.
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense. Go ahead, Cole.
All right. Well, I mean, I heard a couple guys say, I think single mothers, they bring more baggage. But I do see what you guys are saying as well with women being more successful. But I think a lot of women even know it's baggage, because I went on a date 2 days ago, and 2 hours into the date, that's when I found out she had a kid. It wasn't anything up front or anything like that. It's almost like she was trying to hide it. And
So
I think that's
Hold on,
something
let
that's
him
pretty
finish.
common.
How old are you?
I'm 23.
How old was this woman?
She was 22.
Huh.
She got 3 kids.
Yeah, I did know.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Nah, don't say that now. Don't say that now.
Don't say what
But
now.
I mean, like, you could tell she has a lot of.
That's very uncommon.
Yeah,
So,
22 with 3 kids is extreme.
No, it's a good thing. It ain't no baggage.
Right, but if it's not baggage,
I didn't say it was baggage.
Wait, because the argument isn't that it's a good thing or that it is baggage, right? Because why are you describing human life brought into this world as baggage? Because you're the same men that will be pro-life. So why are you calling pro-life baggage?
The reason why I'm calling it baggage, because now I got this other man on a consistent basis around these kids.
But isn't that what you want?
This man from the past.
That's good.
So men are the problem,
Mhm.
correct?
What you mean, men are a problem?
So you're saying another man is around the children, so men are the problem.
She need to go stick with that man that she had these 3 kids with.
Why? Hold on, wait. It's too many. I can't do everybody talking at once. Hold on, Cole. So what if that man was abusing her? You want her to stay?
No, I'm not saying that.
Okay, so let's hold on. How do you know? Why did she leave?
She was saying that she wasn't getting what she wanted.
In what way?
And,
In what way?
She was like, "Oh, I asked him to do something and he won't do it and stuff like that."
Yeah, that could be abusive too.
You should have came up.
Hold on, Cole. Hold on, Cole. Listen to what I'm saying. How old was the man?
Oh, I'm not sure about that.
So he could have been way older than her, first and foremost. Also, would almost 100% would have been abusive, because she had 3 kids at 22. Usually that don't happen with somebody that's having kids with a 19-year-old. You know what I'm saying? But anyways, so saying that you don't even know why she left him, though, just so we're clear, because I asked you why. No. I'm not saying she's lying. I'm saying it was y'all first date. So you're telling us she probably told you somewhat of what was going on. Doesn't mean she told you everything, correct? You just said she didn't tell you that she had kids until 2 hours into the relationship. Why do you think she would have divulged the information about why she broke up with this man? That doesn't make any sense. Use the same logic there. She didn't want to tell you she had kids, but now she opened it. Hold on, Cole. Hold on.
She told me her mother was abused her when she was a kid. So why would she tell me that?
So what they got to do with her?
Why not bring everything out then?
You would have to ask her. But my point is, you making this assumption that you know everything about why she divorced this man or broke up with this man is crazy. You don't know. And
right. But I'm telling you what she told me.
And she didn't tell you. Hold on. She had 3. Hold on, listen to what I'm saying, Cole. She had 3 kids with this man. So you say, right? She was with this man for at least her whole adult life, or whatever you want to call that. She's still a child, but right? She's her whole adult life, 18, whatever, right? So at least for the last 4 years, I would hope. Probably more than that, right? Okay, cool. All she knows is this man. 3 kids with this man. She leaves him, and you think, for some reason, in your mind, she left him simply because she just wasn't getting what she wanted from him, which is vague, by the way. Because not getting what I want from a person, what if he's not communicating with her? What if she's not getting affection? What if she's not getting attention? I.e. getting neglected, i.e. abuse. All of those things could equal abuse. So when I say it again, when I said that, what if she was getting abused and you said she wasn't, I don't understand what made you the authority to say that in this case.
She's not getting help with their kids. What if she's not getting financial support from him for their kids?
Sounds like abuse.
Also, public, I'm sorry, I have to interrupt here.
But what if she is?
She wasn't. That's why she left.
Wait a minute.
How do you know?
Because she left.
Nino.
She literally left. He just said it. That is what it means, Nino.
Not what that means, man.
Nino, that's literally, hold on, Tor. That's literally what it means. Cole just said it. Based on this little bit amount, based on this baby amount of information we just got from Cole, Cole just said she left him because she didn't get what she wanted. So we know, based on what Cole said, at the very least, she left him because she didn't get what she wanted. That's what it means. We know that.
Getting that stuff from to begin with, probably not.
What is the relevancy of that?
The relevance is she shouldn't have 3 kids with a man that she doesn't plan on sticking with.
Who told you she didn't plan on sticking with him? Again, think logically. Who has 3 kids with a person that they quote unquote don't plan on sticking with? Logically.
But I'm saying, okay, if we're thinking logically, why did you expect this man to change?
Because people change.
Yeah, but most people, if he's an older man, we assuming.
No, I was asking.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I don't know.
Yeah, but I'm not. But you don't see how that's not the answer. The answer isn't why didn't he become a better human being when he needed to become a better human being. That's not the answer. You see what I'm saying? Like why can't we expect people that we're in relationships with to be better people even if we're already in a relationship with them? That's what you're basically saying. Like, you shouldn't expect that. Like, what?
When we have children with them.
Especially when you have kids with a person. Especially.
The sentiment is believe all women.
No.
But,
I don't. Wait. I don't believe that.
That's what it sound like to me.
Believe all women is stupid.
but
That's what you're doing, player.
I don't.
What's up?
Oh, sorry. Cole, the issue that I have with you isn't so much the arguments you made, even though I do disagree with them. It's the fact that you came on a live stream where a person could easily find you on the basis of dating you. And you went on to say that this person suffered an abusive relationship with their mother, right? That's my issue with what you did right here, was the fact that the woman that you went on a date with could have easily scrolled through this live, which public is a big figure when it comes to debate talk, right? And could have easily scrolled into this live and saw you talking about them, those same women that you went on a date with, and saw you talking about, oh, she was abused by her mother. Oh, she had 3 kids.
What did that matter if I didn't say anything about her name or anything?
Because she could have saw it. That's what she's saying.
It's still hurtful. So fun fact about me, I had a situation where the person only named my name once, but went on to say that this woman was being abused by this man, and it still hurt me, right? So when you're up here talking about that said woman, and that woman scrolls through this live and says, and she hears you saying, oh, she was abused by her mother. She has 3 kids. She's a low value woman. To me, that is harmful behavior.
I never said low value woman.
Okay, fair enough. I'll concede to that point. But with everything else you said, I still find that to be hurtful in nature. And that's the issue that I have with you being on this panel right now. Not saying that public should drop
I mean, that's perfectly fine. I'm just saying, like, I didn't say anything about her name, so I'm not putting her.
That's fair.
If she decides to go on TikTok and search up my name and she finds me talking about me going on a date with this girl, that's on her.
Yeah. And
I just hold on. Go ahead.
Okay, sorry. Public, go ahead.
I was just saying it's overall, it is just disrespectful overall, even if we don't know who she is. Tori's just making the point that it's disrespectful to the woman if she were to scroll in here and see it. So what? Hold on, wait, y'all. Wait, we got
a dude that has basic empathy. You're saying what kind of dude are you?
Yeah.
Are you
I can't just explain.
Hold on, y'all. I can't do multiple people talking at one time. I know the panel is big. I'm trying to keep it down. A Hill came up here hot. Slim Kid ain't even said nothing, but I just wanted to look because I was like, oh, is that a car selfie? Okay, go ahead, Slim Kid.
So I just want to address a couple of things I heard on here, but I'm gonna answer the question first. It says the single mothers bring more to the table than single men. I would say the key word there is mothers. If we would be having a conversation about single fathers and single mothers, then maybe it would be a little bit more even in terms of what they give, because mothers tend to be very much involved. You do have crappy mothers out there, but all the mothers that I know or I surround myself with, they are involved with their kids at school or sports, or they're doing extra things to try to help in the community to make sure the schools are better for their children and things like that. And I don't necessarily see a lot of single men doing that. What I wanted to say about what BPG was saying is that when we are talking about children and the capacity that they're a liability, I feel some sort of way about that, being that if you could say something like that, then you view yourself like that. Like, I feel like people view people as mirrors to themselves. So if you feel like that about children, then somebody made you feel like that.
BPG didn't say that. Slim Kid, BPG didn't say that.
Well, I think it was Victoria. Sorry about that.
Tori didn't say that either.
When they were talking about like the one guy who left, when he said that the kids were a liability and stuff.
Oh, the guy said that. Yeah.
They were saying, yeah, exactly. So
gotcha.
I was just saying that I think that a lot of men view themselves or mirror the feelings that they have about themselves that they may have internalized, because if you never had nobody step in and show you what it's like to be loved or to be loved by a man in that way, you don't know what it's like to, maybe your dad wasn't around, or maybe no man stepped up and loved on your mother or loved on you, and so you reject the idea of doing something like that because you haven't gotten it. You get what I'm saying? But I would say, as far as what Cole was saying, I understand why you feel put off by that, but at the same time, people have to protect their kids. She don't know if you was a predator. She don't know if you abusive. You don't really know the situation and between her baby father, or whatever the case may be. But I feel like if you cared that much, then those would be questions you would have asked. Yeah.
Telling a strange man that you got kids like right away might be weird.
Because you never know, what somebody is planning to do.
Yeah.
Women leave abusive situations all the time. Women leave rape situations all the time. I had a friend who just had a child, and she had dealt with an insane person, essentially. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not saying that women can't be bad, but I want to say this, and I'll end. But I also feel like you have to value yourself as a man, because yes, it takes two grown people to consent, but a woman can't have a child without you. So if you choose to be good with your seed and what you got in your body, and you don't give it to somebody else, then you don't have the issue of having children that you don't want.
Yep.
I want to end with that. Thank you for giving me a space to say something.
Thanks, Slim.
Thank you.
Bonji Baby said the moment men will admit that they treat divorcees, non-marital single mothers, and widows with the same lack of care for them or their children, removing their quote unquote values from their reasons, we could have a real discussion. The moment men will admit that they treat divorcees, non-marital single mothers, and widows with the same lack of care for them or their children, removing their quote-unquote value from their reasons, we could have a real discussion. Baji Baby said, my cousin is a single mom and about to adopt a son. Damn. That's what's up. Shout out to her. Adam said 2 on Nino for his brain cells fight for third place. He dropped, y'all. Nino dropped on his own. Valley said, a woman has never spread her legs for you. Shut up. Damn. Go ahead, A Hill, and then we're gonna open up the panel. Go ahead.
How's everybody doing?
We good.
All right. Wow. That Nino, man, he was getting under my skin. I'm sorry.
You good. He gone now.
He was clueless. But in my world, I'm going to say that it's just I would not allow a single mother to bring more to the table than me, because I don't mind being a man, not a male, not a guy, but a man that's going to accept the accountability and the responsibility of being a man.
What does that mean?
Position. That means that, you know, what man is supposed to do as far as being accountable.
What are men supposed to do?
He's supposed to take care of home. He's supposed to take care of the needs of a woman.
What does that look like?
What?
What does that look like?
It looks like that a man works hard and he's responsible. He's supposed to be responsible for taking care. Be a little bit more specific though. What does that actually entail? Because I disagree. I don't think men are based on our society. I'm not talking about, nature or, morality or anything like that. I'm saying in our society, women are supposed to take care of the home. That's literally how it's set up. Our society is set up is we force women to take care of the home. So when you say when you say a man is supposed to do that, I wholeheartedly disagree, because men aren't even set up to take care of homes. We don't even know we don't know how to take care of homes. If we were in charge of the homes, they would burn up. Like they would, you know what I'm saying? Like we don't. Absolutely right. Yeah. My mom, she took care of home. You're absolutely right. Let me rephrase that. I think a man is supposed to work hard to bring home, the proper finances to take care of, to help take care of home. But that's like the easy. Am I saying that right? Yeah, and I figured that's what you were saying, because that's what all men say, and that's what I'm saying. Hold on. I got you. That's what my dad did. Yeah, but hey, here, hold on, wait. But this is what I'm saying, brother. At some point in time, right, as a society, as a group, men specifically, we need to move beyond men thinking that the most important thing to take care of a home is to make money outside the home, because it's not. That's what I'm saying. So that's not actually your job. Your job isn't to make money. Now, I agree. Again, if we're having it from the same perspective, right, based on our society today, that's definitely not your job, because most people need 2 incomes to survive. 70% of married women work, and the number is higher for women in relationships, right? So saying that that's your job to financially support your family in 2025 is simply not true. It's simply not true. There was a point in time when a good amount of men could do that. White men specifically could do that, but never in American history specifically has that really ever been the case. Women were always working, always. Men have been stealing the labor of men forever. So you can't even in your wildest dream, men never, ever, ever, ever took care of home in that way. It's never been the case. Women have always done the labor at home and done labor outside the home and wasn't paid for it a lot of times. They were forced to. Yeah, so that's not actually the job of men. What I would like for us to do is No, you're not afraid. No. I think you're saying it exactly. I think you're saying it exactly how you mean it. I think you mean it. This is what I observed, all my life. Yep. But you're right. My mom did you know, she worked because she was born at home. She handled home like a G. You know, she was so good at cooking and cleaning and stuff like that. She was like, I want to work. I want a job. You know, go out, get out the house.
You think that she was just bored?
That's what she said.
No,
that's what my mom said. She's like, I can't.
Hold on, wait, A Hill. Hold on, wait. What'd you say, Shane? Go ahead, Shane.
Yeah, I'm not denying her boredom, but it wasn't that she was bored. The work outside the home, she knew, would have been easier than the work she was doing inside the home. Yeah. It wasn't just boredom.
She was burnt.
And it's really not boredom at all. I won't even say just, because there's nothing boring about it. You're busy all the time.
Yeah.
She wasn't bored. She knew working outside of the home would have been easier.
She was burnt the fuck out. And she probably didn't. Not probably. I'm sorry. I'm not going to talk about your parents specifically. A lot of women that were like, I want to work. A lot of them were doing that because they didn't trust and didn't like the man that they were with. And they knew that they were being financially controlled by the man and they were financially tied to this man. Because why would you? Right? If you think about it logically, you got a man that's providing, that's going out the home, making all the money, and he's coming home and he's loving on you right and he's treating you right. Why would you wouldn't even trip off the money? You could trust him. Cool. You got it, right? If a woman is like, no, I want to work. I need to make my own money. Oh, that's 100% to me. Comments. The obvious thing I'm gonna do is look at the man and be like, why she want to work? Like, what are you doing to make her feel like she got to go out this home and work? Right. So that just, I mean, I wouldn't work. Like if my wife came home and was like, babe, I make $335,000 a year. What do you want to do? I would be like, nothing. Take care of these babies and clean up. That's all I want to do. Like I can do that. I wouldn't want to go to work. I'd be like, fuck that. Right? Because I could just support her.
I'm not gonna disagree with you at all. Yeah, I see your point on that. Yeah, most definitely. If she making money like that, yeah, I hear you. Yeah.
And I only say that, I'm sorry. And I only say that number because that's the kind, I'm old. I can't survive on no $100,000 a year. So $100,000 wouldn't cut. But yeah, if she was making like as much money, you know what I'm saying? Like matching our, cool. Yep. Match our incomes. Yeah, for sure. I can stay out. My thing, only thing I would ask her is, can I stay home? Like, cause she might be like, nah, I want you to work. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's really on her. If she wants me to go to work, I'm going to go to work. But if she's like, no, I want you to be cool. Let me, I got you.
Wonderful platform.
Appreciate you, brother.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead. I didn't know who came off of mute, but if you want to say something, you can. Anybody? Oh, go ahead. Strong Bite.
Give me a second. I'm in Publix.
Oh my goodness.
I wanted to add one more thing.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say that I think that when we were talking about like traditional roles and stuff, obviously, it's never been a situation since maybe the early 1900s where we was even close to like making enough money to provide, I guess. But I think right now in most major cities, they're not even making more than $15 an hour. So to expect somebody to be able to pay all the bills, it's kind of unrealistic. So I do agree with you on that. But I do see where sometimes if you're a more traditional person where you would want to, if you was a man, you would want to pay those bills or whatever and stuff like that. I do feel like also women were burnt out. My grandmother was
but whether you want, but hold on, Slim. Whether you want to pay the bills or not is irrelevant. Right? Whether you want to pay them or not is irrelevant. Yeah, the question is, can you pay the bills? Can you provide that lifestyle? Can you support the family in that way? And if you can't, but a lot of men don't ask that question. They don't ask the can you. They just go straight to the I want to. Like, I want to be the one to pay all the bills so that they can control the relationship, right? I think that that's crazy. If you make $80,000 a year, you make $75,000 a year, and that's decent for one person. Don't get me wrong, in most states and places, right? That's a decent living. Okay, cool. That's not enough for you. I'm talking about long term. Short term, yep, you could pay, you know what I mean? 2-3 years, you can support the cool. But long term, that is not enough money to support your family. It's not. In most, Yeah, in most states and in most states and in most places in this country, right? So, but I know a bunch of men who make less money than that. I know a bunch of men who make around that same money in my state, specifically in California, and they be on that like, oh, I don't want my woman to work, and I'm like, you are relegating that woman to slavery. Like her life, you're not. Yeah, and you're not going to make her life any easier. You're not, you know what I'm saying? Like you making $75,000-$80,000 a year and your wife staying at home, her life isn't easier. You're not making, you know what I'm saying? Her life is exponentially harder because now y'all struggling financially and she got to do all the labor at home. That's what I'm saying. And there's too many men that are beholden to that idea of like, oh, I want to be the provider. But like I said, that shit is almost always rooted in the frame of mind of manipulation and abuse of power when it comes to money. Most men, I'm not saying there's no men. Most men that I know of that is obsessed with paying all the bills and put a great onus on paying the bills, being a provider and all of that stuff. The vast majority of those men are just obsessed with the idea of controlling the woman. That's it. They're not obsessed with actually making the woman's life easier. They're not, you know what I'm saying? Like that one, I don't know if you've seen it, but that one dude that was trying to tell his wife, oh, I want you to make my sandwich. And he was like, he literally said in a video, I can afford to pay for somebody to make my food, but I like the way my wife cooks. And I was like, what?
Wow, that's kind of crazy.
Like you're telling me you can afford to have a cook, but you want your wife?
My grandmother raised a bunch of kids, both of them. Like my mom's mother had 4 daughters, but my grandmother had 12 kids. There's no way she wanted 12 fucking kids.
What do you say, Cole? What'd you say, Cole?
Like,
hold on, wait, let Cole go.
You need to hang around with different dudes, then, because I know guys that they want their woman to stay at home so they can raise the kids. Sir, it doesn't have to be about abuse or control. Sir, Cole, trust me, bro. When I say, I know people say trust me, I know more. Hey, I'm trying to tell you that I gotta mute you if you got a lot of background noise. Let me say, so when it comes to relationship dynamics and it comes to like marriage and things of that nature, me as a married man, I'm telling you without a doubt that the vast majority of men who are obsessed, again, my wife can stay home if she wants to, right? If she don't want to work no more, she don't got to work no more. She can stay home if she wants to, right? I'm not going to force her to work, and I'm not going to, and I'm not obsessed with the idea of, my wife staying at home and not working. Never have been, never will be, right? If she wants to do that, she can. She's already done it before. If she wants to do it again, she can. That's her choice, right? I'm not out here on that like, yeah, I'm the man and I got to do that and I want to provide and I want to. I'm not on that type of time at all. But the men who are, when you start to ask them more questions, which I'm sure you don't, because you actually think that sounds good. But the men who are, ask your friends, what is their idea? How do they function in the relationship? How, outside of money, how do you plan on showing up for that woman? Ask them questions like that. Because I promise you the answers ain't gonna be what you think. They're not gonna be like, oh, no. Yeah, when I come home,
I'm gonna say, what is there? I'm giving the money. What else she need?
Exactly.
Oh, and I wanted to let me hop in here real quick.
What up?
Y'all know I always get started with the song. This is how we do it. The crowds have been glorious, and it gave what I thought it was gonna give.
It did.
I wanted to ask Cole a question in particular, because I think men, when they hear single mom, they think of someone who is downtrodden or don't have nowhere to go, like don't have no money, just like real low class base, right? So my question would be, where are you meeting those types of single moms? But in particular, Cole, the single mom that you met that was 22, was she living on the streets?
No, and see,
Okay.
See, that's what I was going to get
That's
to.
all I wanted you to answer for me, honey. Okay. So my thing is, for the most part, and this is single moms that I know because I've asked
actually seen 3 single moms within the last month from my hometown in particular that have closed on their first home with their kids. Okay, their first home, they closed on it, meaning they bought a home for them and their kids. That's 3 women I know personally. Okay, most single moms will have number 1 somewhere to stay. Okay, you niggas be couch surfing. Number 2,
See,
they
I don't
wait, Cole.
you listen to what I said. You didn't listen to what I said.
You answered my question. All I had was that one question for you, but let me land my plane and then you can hop in there, honey. Okay. Number 2, single moms will always have a refrigerator full. You niggas, I've been to you niggas' houses. Y'all don't have no food in the refrigerator. Y'all eat takeout. Okay. Y'all don't clean. Y'all don't have clean laundry. Y'all don't have clean facilities. Meaning it's been probably months since you deep cleaned your bathroom. You have no decor. Okay. You will go to a single mom house. Her and her kids will have beds. Okay. She gonna have decor. She gonna have a full refrigerator. She gonna have a car that works. She's gonna have a job. She don't have a job. So she's what more than a man that she probably before she became a single mom. Okay, don't be having it together. Like Victoriana said, women, especially
Wait 1 second. Sprung, you cut out the last 15 seconds of your sentence.
Her connection.
I know.
Yeah, you breaking up.
But my point was,
okay,
it didn't even.
It's bunches with the rich people. Okay, so my internet don't be that good sometimes. But my point is, most single mothers are more well put together and their kids are well taken care of compared to a single man who barely washes his ass. Like, let's be fucking for real. Okay, you can go.
Yeah.
I just wanted you to know because you were talking right there, and I just didn't want any of your words to be lost.
I was saying,
You didn't let him respond.
right, y'all won't let me say anything. Like, come on.
No, because she had bad connection, and I just wanted all of her words to be heard. So, anyway, sorry, my bad. You can respond now.
What I was saying earlier, before I got cut off, was I was saying women, even these single mothers, they tend to be more ambitious and going to school and getting degrees and things of that sort. But just because she has, things going on, she might have a place, have a house, whatever, she still doesn't have time, right? She's still on a tight crunch because she has 3 kids to take care of. So it might sound good. Yeah, she got her own place. Yeah, she got 3 kids. Yeah, she got a lot going for herself. But when it comes to our relationship, you're not going to have as much time if you were dealing with a woman with 1 kid, right? I'm not worried about how much money she's making. That doesn't concern me.
Sure, people make time for it. Have you ever heard the phrase, people make time for what they want to make time for? A single mom having time or not to deal with you is solely up to that mom because she can make accommodations. But here's the thing. Why would I make concessions? Why would I make accommodations? Why would I go out of my way for a nigga who barely giving effort? Who barely wants to show up? Who took 2 weeks to plan a fucking date? Single mothers don't have time to waste because they have kids. So the more efficient and well put together you are, the more you make accommodations and concessions, the more willing that woman would be to free up her time. But if she's not freeing up her time, honey, you aren't creating an environment in which she feels like her time should be freed up for you. That's just the bottom line. Because when I was a single mom and I was dating, there was no question. When my husband asked me on our first date, he said, I've been looking at restaurants, but I want to get an idea from you on your side of town
because I don't want you to have to meet me in the middle or be far away from the baby. Because he knew I had a child. So the fact that he even considered that, wait. The fact that he even considered that made me say, well, damn, okay, let me give this guy a chance because he thought about it. But you niggas will look a woman in the face, talk about planning a date, and when she says, well, I have to figure out, a babysitter, and what they're charging, blah, blah, blah. You won't even say, okay, well, I really like you. I really want to get to know you. How about I take care of the babysitter for you this time? You know what I'm saying? Y'all don't want to do. I'm telling you, what?
Why would you want to do that? Remember, Kay, you have to remember Cole's age. He's under a child himself. Listen, that's true. So, real quick.
Look at the way you talk. You're not a happy person.
I'm gonna let you respond, Cole. Hold on, just real quick. We do have to remember his age, and this is not making any concessions for him. But he is 23 years old. Like, he's a child himself. He really can't. He's not in any position to do any of these things, to be honest. But also, I do want Cole, before you respond, to realize, and I agree with everything you said, Kay, but I want you to realize nobody's up here trying to convince you or anybody else to date single moms. That's not the point of this conversation. That wasn't the topic. No, dating single mothers to you. So you keep answering and responding as if that's what's going on here, and it's not. The point is that those single mothers do, in fact, bring more to the table than most single men. Now, if you don't want to date them and you see all these red flags and negatives, whatever, about dating them, fine. Nobody's trying to convince you. But that doesn't negate the fact that they bring more to the table probably than you do, most of them.
Mm-hmm.
Facts.
Public, I just want to say thank you for having me on this panel. Plus, I sent you a DM, and I would love to be in your Discord. I'm going to tune out. Y'all got this.
Thanks, Dora.
Anyways, good night, Victoria. Please, man.
Appreciate you.
Y'all are doing amazing. Good night.
Bet.
Good night. I wanted to say, go ahead.
Nah, go ahead.
Well, I was going to say one thing earlier when the guy on the panel had brought up that more women were single with kids and how more men were desirable after a divorce. And one thing I would say about that is if 80% of the women are left with the kids, then of course these men are entering into new relationships with no responsibilities for caring for the children that they created. And a lot of these men have so much disdain for single women. And it's just like, if your mom, God forbid, your father passed away, they got divorced for whatever reason, they broke up, whatever the case might be, do you consider yourself baggage? Does this now make your mom less desirable?
Yes, she's less desirable than if she didn't have any kids.
But would your dad be less desirable?
Probably not.
Because he probably got ED. Let's be for real. You see what I'm saying?
Right. And I think a lot of the question of single mothers bring more to the table than single men. Here is why that is true. Because women can step into a relationship with men and step up and be a single mom, a married mom or a stepmom to those children. Because women have value, period, across the board. And a lot of times men can't do it because they can't take the responsibility that raising children require. When you're a single mom, you have to grow up. You have to make sure that there is food on the table. You have to make sure you hold down a job. You have to make sure that you are mentally and emotionally available for those children. And a lot of these men, especially a lot of them that I have heard from on the panel, they couldn't be emotionally available for anybody, with a kid or not with one. And they are afraid of single moms because they know that. They know that they couldn't bear the load that it requires.
What if they don't want to?
You don't have to want to. Here's my thing. I've always said, if you don't have kids, you don't have to date anybody with kids.
Right.
Okay, I have 4 children. 27, 21, and 23 are my adult kids. None of them have children. If they don't want to date people,
You don't have to date
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you so much.
You see what happened when niggas don't stress you out? I was about to say, why she coming up here lying?
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. And you know, none of them have kids, and so I wouldn't expect them to date somebody with kids if that's not what they wanted. But oftentimes, these men who talk about not wanting to date single mothers, they have kids. They open their mouths to say they don't like single women and have children themselves.
I'm telling my son to date.
Crazy.
I'm telling my son to get a single baby mama because they bring somebody already said it. They bring the fire snacks.
Yes.
They probably already, you know what I'm saying? They probably they just be cool too. They just be cooler. They already been there, done that. You know what I'm saying? Like it's you know what I mean? Like they already been there. And, yeah, they experience.
But those are the women they actually want. I'm not sure if we've addressed this yet, but Cole has made it clear that, you know, single women are less valuable, less desirable.
Single mother.
He was on a date with one.
He didn't know. He didn't know, PPG.
But we're going to the same place though, because that is what he was attracted to. Now, granted, he didn't know that she had kids, but nevertheless, here he was on a date with one. And I think that that's the part that really it tells you the trick of what the game is, because if you don't know, if you see that lady on the surface, if you have a conversation with her to the point of wanting to get to a date, then there is something that you have seen in her that you like. Like that, she's attracted to you. You've had a good conversation with her. You are attracted to her. The only thing that you didn't know before, the only thing that you didn't know until the date was that she had kids. So the value was there.
Yep.
The only thing that changed was the fact that she had kids. That was the only thing that changed.
And then
the moment that you figured out she had kids, then you in your mind surmise that, oh well, she must be less valuable. Except she was valuable 5 minutes ago.
It's like when you go on, because it used to happen, but when you like buy people, they be buying cars or something like that, and they getting like a pre-owned car, and they be like, they find out it had an accident, it's blue, like whatever, you know what I'm saying, like whatever it is to turn them off, like they put 20s on it, damn, I didn't really want, I wanted 18s on, you know, whatever. Then now they got to devalue it, and then I'm like, nigga, you just drove the motherfucker, you just said it was dope, like what the fuck. You had no idea. If I never would have told you them was 20s, you wouldn't have known nothing about it. You thought the 20s was fire. You thought it drove great. The engine was fine. Now you talking about, let me see the car. Like, shut the fuck up. You like that motherfucker. That's what you like. Somebody said in the comments. They said he still does. They said he still is not. You need to clean. The title is clean though. Sorry said, I'm so pleased you're having this dialogue with men because we can't be bothered. And there is nothing they respect more than another man. They DL. Jesus. Yep. Come on now. You know how to throw that DL up in there. Bonji Baby said, does the amount, I think this is for you, Cole. You can answer this. Does the amount of time available change or become less of a problem if those were your kids?
If they were my kids.
Like, would you care as much about her time and her availability if the kid she had to be available for were your own?
Yeah, that's completely different then.
That's completely different. The time is still the time.
It's completely different though. And then you would have
still the time
with each other. It wouldn't be
what? How's it different?
I'm saying if you're saying I had kids with this woman,
sir, she would still have to make herself physically, mentally, and emotionally available for you, even though y'all have 3 kids together. I know, right,
but you would spend time all together. It's not like you have to. You probably would, because she's not trying to bring me around her kids because I don't know her kids.
I mean, eventually.
You probably wouldn't.
Okay. That was an interesting response. I didn't expect to hear that one.
You know what else I figured out?
Hold on, let me read these.
Go ahead, do your thing.
Let me read these other two. J Lovely Nicole said, Cole, what do you think is going to happen when you have children of your own? Your partner will have less time for you as your partner will have less time for you as well once she gives birth to your children.
Right.
Okay.
That's expected, yeah.
Okay.
I'm saying if those are my kids, then it's a different situation.
So
then you would expect that she has less time. Because that's what you just said.
yeah, I'm not understanding what I don't understand what the difference is. So you're saying you don't. This is what everybody's saying. Just so you know, you're saying the reason I don't want to date a woman that has kids is because she, her time is divided right between me and the kids. Okay, cool. Everybody has clocked though that when they ask you what if they were your kids, and your answer is, well, yeah, I would expect her not to spend as much time with me. So you can, why can't you just do that with the woman that has kids already? It's the same. Why not apply that to her?
I mean, there's a multitude of reasons. But
name one.
I want to have my own kids.
No. You can still have kids. You can have kids with her.
Other people's kids.
Other people's kids?
Yes, I wouldn't want that.
That's the thing he's saying. He doesn't want the baby daddy involved.
Look. You're right. You're right. Yeah, you're right.
Anyway,
I have a question for
Hold on. Wait. Hold on. I didn't hear Shan. Go ahead, Shan.
no, he said he doesn't want to raise his kids with other people's kids. He doesn't want to date a woman. He doesn't want to do the blended family thing. Cool. He doesn't want that. There's no need for anybody to try to convince. Actually, the last thing we should do is try to convince.
Yeah, that's what I'm about to say. I don't. If you feel like that,
around the babies in the first place.
Yeah,
he needs to stay as far away from the babies.
I agree. Mm-hmm. If you feel like that and you don't, if you feel like that and you don't have kids, I will not be the person to try to convince you otherwise. Only thing I be saying though is be consistent. That's all I'm saying. Like I want the logic to be consistent. I don't like it when.
I'm not gonna act like I'm into a single mom and then like just play her. I'm not doing that.
No, that's fine. I'm just talking about the like I said, because what ends up happening is it becomes abundantly clear that really what it is it's a control thing. Like to me, you sound, and I said this before because I'm glad Jay Lovely brought this up because I was about to quote this, but she said it. Jay Lovely said, "Proving Pub's point: men without kids who think negative about kids will not make good fathers." And I've said this before. If you can't be a stepdaddy, you can't be a real daddy.
That's true.
Like if you are, I
can't be, I don't want to be.
Exactly. Same thing. Because I know you can be.
Same thing.
It is.
If you don't want to, you can't.
You can't because you don't want to. So if you are like vehemently opposed to being a stepfather, you see children as baggage. You see them as a hindrance. Then you will see your kids as those things. There's no way around it. That doesn't make any sense. You think some switch is gonna flip because they're your kids? But
it's not the same. That's what I meant.
Hold on, wait.
I was trying to say it wouldn't be the same, or that it would be the same. That's what I meant. Like when it became your kids, it would be the same. Like you feeling a way about her having to make time for her kids that don't belong to you. That's not gonna go away because the kids are yours. I know you're thinking, but they're mine.
They won't.
No, it's not.
But I'm saying
you feel a way about her having to make accommodations because she has children. You're gonna feel that same way when the kids are yours.
But hold on, wait. I'm gonna let you finish because you see your kids as your possessions, not as human beings. You see her kids, and you see those kids that aren't yours. You see them as a possession of another man's. That's your problem. If you saw them as humans, it wouldn't matter because you would just be like, yeah, they're just humans. Humans are humans. I'm a human. I'm gonna help raise the. My phone died. My phone died. Oh man, I thought I plugged it up. Y'all don't blame me and don't shame me, because I ain't been live in a week. Don't blame, don't shame. Okay? I'm out of touch a little bit. I thought I had plugged it up, and I sure did not. Effing chat. Y'all so goddamn disrespectful in here. That's right, Tiffany got it right. She got the right idea. Y'all know my ADHD. The motherfucking plug was right 2 feet away from me. I just had to switch it and put it on this one, and we was good to go. It's all right. My phone already back on. We good. Flood the chat with F's because I failed. I'll accept. I'll hold that L. I'll hold that F. That's either one. You can put an L or an F in there. I'm good with that. My bad, y'all. That's my fault. We right back to it though. Don't worry, I'm right back. Back at it like a crack addict. Don't even trip. Oh, I know they didn't. I know it didn't just cut back off like that. Hell no. They playing with me now. Don't even trip, y'all. I'm finna get a new phone. My phone been acting up recently. It been getting hot real fast. It's the charger don't charge, it don't work right. I'm about to hear. Double F. That's a cup size. I knew a woman that had a double F. F and F. I know, Auntie. That's my bad. Oh man, that's my fault. You ain't missing nothing. We've been in here yapping. It was good up until my phone died. F minus. Goodness gracious. It don't get no lower than an F though. I thought the F was the lowest, y'all. Damn. Y'all giving me F minuses? God damn. My iPad at. You know what? I love how this motherfucker cut right back on and then it cut right off. That wasn't cool. That wasn't cool one bit, man. I can't play in the party. I don't be on top of my charger. I ain't gonna even lie. My computer, that motherfucker stay charged in. They changed the grades up. Hey, you know what's crazy? Getting cooked in your own chat is top tier. It's always the funniest. Porn fit that? What? Porn fit that? What that mean, Sue? Porn fit that? What that even mean? Wilding. Where that come from? Let me know if the live ended on TikTok yet, because I'm coming in. Sometimes they be ending the live in like 2 minutes. My woman don't manage my charger. Absolutely. See? It ain't holding the charge, y'all. Damn, beautiful warrior, you missed out. You're live over. The live over. A real woman. What? Y'all tripping. She said a real woman would have made sure. Oh man. That woman take care of me too good. I don't even deserve it. And it's Mother's Day. Okay. Maybe the third time's a charm. Nah, it's gonna AR that. It's probably about to end. The live probably about to end again. We're gonna see what happens. Oh, it kicked everybody. You know what? You know what I love? That TikTok does that. It kicks everybody because if I ain't home, it don't want nobody in my house. Oh, I didn't mean to invite. Are y'all in the queue? My fault, y'all. Oh man, I came up in this thing tripping.
Look at you. Looking how you looking.
My bad, man. My bad. My bad. Damn.
The same way. Just be talking and talking and talking in the house with the phone gone. Crazy.
What is my problem? Something is wrong with me, man. Damn, my brain not all the way, you know what I'm saying? It be there, but it don't, you know what I'm saying? Please, don't judge me.
So Cole just asked us, will we admonish our son to date a single mom?
Admonish him if he did?
Well, yeah, like would we tell our sons to date a single mom, or that it was okay to date a single mom?
Absolutely.
And what I said is not my son shouldn't date a single mom because he would be detrimental to the single mom and her child, not the other way around.
Mm-hmm.
And that would be my biggest fear, is that he would not be able to handle the responsibility, and therefore it would harm that family. But he doesn't have the ideology that dating a single mom is bad, or being a single mom is negative, or that the children would be baggage, or any of that. And that is the problem. I don't have a problem with Cole not wanting to date single moms. I'm just, I guess, basically attacking the thought process that he has around single motherhood, because it's almost as if they are less than, which is not the case. They actually bring a lot, and the average 22, 23-year-old man doesn't have the ability to step into a role like that, because the role is too big for them. That mom, whether she is 22 or 23 years old, she has had to schedule doctor's appointments. She has had to fill out school paperwork, attend conferences. She has had to get them up in the morning, get dressed, make sure that she is at work on time, drop off at daycare, cook meals, help with homework. There is a lot of maturity that she would have that the average 22, 23-year-old man with no kids doesn't even have an ability to wrap his brain around.
Yeah.
And so he would step into that and make her life harder.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't never want my son to burden another woman like that.
Yeah, I wouldn't. Me personally, I don't care who, you know what I'm saying, as far as like, I care who they date is like the character, you know what I mean? But I don't care who my son dates or marries, as like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't care what they do for work. I don't care if they was like, I don't care about none of that stuff. I only care if they, you know, like if my son likes them and they like my son and they're treating my son right and my son is treating them right, then, you know, like I wouldn't even be worried. I'm gonna support him. Like me and my wife, we gonna make sure my son ain't, you know, as far as as much as we possibly can, we're gonna make sure that he's not a detriment to any woman that he's dealing with. You know what I mean? Beyond finances, but you know what I'm saying? Just like, motherfucker, you better be on the up and up. You better be, you know what I'm saying? Like, what you, that woman come here talking about, you know, your son did, you know what I mean? Like, I'm definitely like, hey, what, you know, like, I know I'm your dad. I know I ain't, you a grown man, but what the fuck you doing, son? You know what I'm saying? So, definitely, I'm not, but as far as like telling my son to avoid dating this type of woman or that type of woman,
not at all.
Why?
Not at all, right?
Like, why would I do that?
Because the why is way more important than the what. Am I gonna tell my 21-year-old son, even if he does have his head on straight, if he is, you know, he could be fully engulfed into his career, he could be responsible, he could be all the things, and I probably still would advise him against being in such a serious relationship at 21.
No doubt. Mm-hmm. Yep.
And that's on being married young.
Yep.
I've seen it was way too many people that got married the same time that we did. Most of them ain't.
They gone.
Now. And you're talking about a dozen people. It was 12 of us that got married. It was 12 or 13 friends that we had got married at the same exact time that we did, around the same age that we did. And I think only 2 sets are left. Like there you go. And then there's another couple that's left. But that's because when you take on that huge burden of, you know, of settling down with a family at such a young age, there are still things that you just don't understand about yourself. And it's not about going out and dating and sowing your wild oats and all of that stuff. Mm-mm. It's really about discovering who you are. What have you seen other sides of the planet? Mm-hmm. You know, have you lived on your own? What foods do you like? You know what I mean? Figuring out who you are and what your desires are, because you can be invaluable to a partner if you don't understand things about yourself that you could share with them. Because how do you share special moments with somebody and you don't even know what you like to do because you went from your parents' house to college to being in the house with your husband and your wife? You don't know if you like to bowl. You don't know if you like to skate. You stressed in the house with that lady and them kids because of the fact that you didn't give yourself time to develop, and that's a bigger issue.
And you also, BBG, you also, your taste changed the older you know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I mean? Like, let's be real. The food you ate in your 20s is different than the food you eat in your 30s and 40s and 50s. You know what I'm saying? Like, even the older I get, I start to like shit. Hey, I ain't gonna hold y'all. The best ice cream is pecans and praline. But I never would have said that when I was, you know what I'm saying? Like, when I was like 15, pecans and praline. Ugh. Butter pecan, I'll take either one. That's what I'm saying. Both fire. Both fire. But my point is, at 15, get that shit. I don't want to eat that. Give me Rocky Road. That's old people ice cream. Give me Rocky Road. Give me, you know what I'm saying? Like, you wasn't even eating vegetables on your, you know what I'm saying? You was eating your cheeseburgers with just cheese and burgers.
And some of that stuff, honestly, if you think about it, your body, your mind, everything changes so drastically. Even if you're going from 20 to 30, it changes so drastically. My husband developed allergies for strawberries when he was like 26. He was never allergic to strawberries his entire life and became allergic to strawberries. Like that, you will change as a person. However, there are certain things within your mindset that do not change. No, you will not make a good father if you think that women less valuable if they have children. Like, if the reason why you don't want to date somebody who has kids is because of the fact that you think women lose their value with having children, that will not change when you have a wife and kids of your own, because the way that you are trying to foster that relationship with your family is for you to live vicariously through them. You think that they add value to your life. And if they aren't adding value to your life specifically, then that means that they are invaluable, which is not the same thing. Your children, your wife, whether honestly, even when y'all break up, you should still see that woman is valuable. Even if y'all go through stuff, y'all break up because it just didn't work out, you know, y'all had a huge falling out. You should see that time as something that was of value because of the fact that you were able to build experiences with that person. Why do you think that if you meet somebody else's kids and you don't see the potential in those kids and you don't see the potential in what they could be as people, that somehow the switch is gonna flip with your own kids? No, nigga, you don't like kids. Like
you don't like kids, nigga. You gotta deal with it. You don't like kids? Oh, you crazy.
There's a difference between not liking kids and
it's not.
Wait, hold on. Let him respond. Oh, go ahead, BBG.
But and the reason behind that is, and I think any parent up here can attest to that, because when you have kids, you end up accidentally adopting kids that you really ain't even want to adopt. My daughter got homegirls that I don't know where these people came from, but they are very comfortable with me. I have to treat them like my kids because when they are in my care, they have to be as safe as my kids. And I think that that's the part that we are all trying to get through, is that when you become somebody's parent, it ain't never just about your kids. It's also about the kids around your kids. And if you think that a woman loses value because of those kids and they're a burden, you'll probably also be a person who is generally unsafe around kids, because if you pick in between if I'm protecting the kids around me or not, and it's based on whether or not those kids are related to me or not, you probably not going to be safe with kids in general.
No, it's about not trying to raise another person's kids. That's all it is.
Why wouldn't you go? Why wouldn't you?
That's like another job, though. And for the woman that said she got a 21-year-old son, do you not think that would take away from your son developing himself if he's raising someone else's kids?
No, I think it would actually make it easier. He would learn more. He would become a lot.
It's a crash course in development.
Because he would be forced to, which a lot of single mothers are.
Yeah, it's a crash course in development. If you actually participate, it's a crash course in development. You learn how to make doctor's appointments. You 21 years old, not you, whoever, the average 21-year-old man. How many doctor's appointments have they made for themselves? 0. How many times have they taken themselves to the dentist, set the dentist appointment, went to the dentist, did everything on their own, picked up their meds? 0. How many times have they paid rent? 0. How many times have they had? How many times have they planned anything? A birthday party? 0. How many? Like you can just keep going. Like you don't the little things that you don't know because you don't have kids, Cole. All the little lessons that you learn, and I'm naming like kind of them like big stuff that I think. But there's dude, my son teaches me stuff about myself that I would never have known. I've been with my wife. My wife is very perceptive and all that stuff. My son, my 9-year-old son, has taught me life lessons. I'm talking about things that he has said to me, things that he has observed about me as a kid, like things that he has said to me as a kid, like, Dad, have you ever noticed that? And I'll be like, about me. And I'm like, wait, what? He like, yeah, you be doing. And I'm like, for real? Yeah. Jesus Christ. I had no idea. Like, all types of stuff. And like the way that I think about him and the way that I process the world now is different because of like all these like little things that we don't, like parents, we don't often like talk about them with people who aren't parents because that's a hard thing to talk because there's so many little things, right? There's all of these like micro transactions that are happening like every single day between you and your kid and da-da-da-da. And then you just saying it in this way, like, I don't want to raise somebody else's kids, is like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, that's all you think it is? Like, you just raising somebody's kids? But to BPG's point, bro, I just act like I don't like, I just act like I don't like kids. Like, I say that shit all the time. Like, I'm big on, like, fuck them kids. I love kids. You don't like kids, bro? Kids are, like, the funniest fucking.
No, I do like kids.
I don't know if you, do you, though?
No, I don't want to. Just because I don't want to raise another man's kid, that doesn't.
You keep, see what I'm saying? You keep attaching that man to them babies, and that shit is weird. You keep attaching that man to them babies, and that's strange, my guy.
That's his seed.
It's not. Sperm ain't even seeds, brother. Sperms ain't even seeds.
That's a reflection of the man.
Bro, what is you talking about? Kids are kids. See, hold on. I'm gonna tell you something right now. Parenting 101. Kids are their own people.
But they're a combination of both.
No.
Yes.
Sir, why are you arguing with me, my nigga? Listen to what I'm telling you. Kids are humans. Humans are their own people. All that mixing you talking about, nigga, that's a formality. That got nothing to do with nothing. That kid is its own person from the moment it comes out that womb and it start crying and whining and pooping and pissing, and that baby is its own fucking human being. And yeah, you need to give it food. Yeah, you need to burp it.
He's still a reflection of you, though.
Says who?
He's still gonna have certain traits that come from you. He might look
traits
similar to you.
Okay, reflection of me. No.
He might have certain similar behaviors from you or your mother.
Okay, what does that have to do with me? If your baby, hold on, Cole. If you have a child and your child goes out and grapes a bunch of people, that's a reflection of you.
If my child goes out and grapes a bunch of people,
I'm gonna tell you something right now. The way I'm raising my son, right? The way I'm raising my son, I'm not taking responsibility for any of that. If he do something like that, that's 100% on him. They ain't got nothing to do with his mama or me. I don't give a fuck what society say. They idiots. They ain't got nothing to do. I know for a fact that I've never done anything that would lead my son to do some shit like that. If he do that, that's on him. They ain't got nothing to do with me. I'm not second guessing myself. I'm not about to sit there on some like, maybe I could have done. Ain't nothing I could have done. That nigga did that all on his own. How's that a reflection to me?
I'm saying if you gave him a good foundation, that doesn't mean he can't, do his own thing. I'm not saying
that's my point.
But I'm saying a lot of the things he does is gonna come from you.
Don't get me, brother.
It's gonna come from the parents.
I got you. Don't get me wrong. I hear you. I'm big on parents doing right by their kids. Don't get me wrong. Them two different conversations. I'm saying though, I don't look at kids like I don't know your parents. I don't know your parents. I don't know.
Even when I look at my parents, I have a lot of traits come from each of them. And I'm learning certain things.
Am I missing? What am I missing here? How am I not explaining this?
You know what it is. You know what it is. And this happens all the time. We know what the common denominator is. When
Grown people get on here and start talking about these hypothetical kids that they got. You almost gotta laugh, because if you are a person who has raised/met kids, it will always confuse you and tickle you a little bit that when they get to talking about these kids, they are always a reflection of them. They are always their legacy. And these kids are, you know, they my seed. They come from me. They are part of me, you know, because they know that they aren't whatever it is they want to become. And their next shot is making those kids a reflection of them. I've been around my kids for quite some time. These people are not a reflection of me.
They are not. I love them. I love them to death, but they are not a reflection of me. I love them to death.
Some of the things that they do, knows where it comes from.
Mm-hmm.
Who even knows? Because again, even if you're talking about biology, which is always stupid to me,
epigenetics are a real thing, and they could skip fucking some shit your great you wouldn't even know where it came from. You don't even know
at all.
It done skip. How your baby get red hair? I ain't got red hair. BBG don't got red hair. She don't got her husband don't got red hair, but her baby got red hair. Like, I'm not saying no, but I'm saying if they had red hair, and then you look it up, it's like, oh, your great granddad Seamus had fucking red hair. Nigga, we don't fucking know. You don't know shit.
You've seen a side by side of my son and my husband's father. My son looks more like his grandfather than he does either of us.
Is he a reflection of your daddy? I don't think so. Not even a little bit.
Not even a little bit. My daughter is the spitting image of my sister. Literally, me and my husband are two. My husband is a nice, delicious dark chocolate man. I'm brown skin. We got two orange kids and a brown kid. No, we don't know who they're a reflection of. We don't know who, like, and even their personality traits. Their personalities are so vastly different. Y'all say this because y'all don't know them kids. Y'all guessing at how life might possibly be like at some point when you have kids, and you're saying this from the point of view that of people that you have not met and that you do not know. And your goal is to be able, again, to capture pieces of yourself that you weren't able to become, that you weren't able to aspire to, and put them on your kids. And truth be told, that's a lot of the reason why y'all want to make them victims from scratch.
Yep.
You don't want somebody else's kids in your house, because when you get to telling them about legacy and I want you to be like me and I want you to be better than me and blah, 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 and all those things, you can't do that with somebody else's kids. Because you know why? You know when those kids, you start touting that BS, them kids is going to look at you and go, you ain't my daddy.
Right. Why would you want to do that, though?
It doesn't make sense to do it with your own kids. You're guilting your children. You are bringing children. Listen to what I'm saying. You're bringing children into the world. You're bringing children into the world to guilt them into becoming something you could not.
How is that?
And you know in the future what you're going to say to your children is you owe me this legacy. You owe me the right to make you a reflection of my life because I gave you life.
But wait, Cole.
Help him, Jesus.
What legacy are you talking about?
Cole, why you asked the question before? Ask the question again.
I said, so what? Let me ask that. What do you say when a kid says, "You're not my father. You don't tell me what to do"?
Oh, how old are we talking? Because that's gonna how young are these kids or older these kids? Are they high school? Are they 9 years old? Are they 5 years old? How old are they? Give me an age.
One of each.
10, 15.
I'm finna call bullshit on that.
Hold on.
I ain't never heard no kids say that. That's what I'm saying.
No, nigga say that. Nah, nigga say that. Nah, nigga say that. That definitely happens. No, I know. I'm not saying everybody says that. I'm saying no. Yeah. People definitely say that though, no doubt about it.
Kids say that to me every other day. I had a kid say that to me Friday.
Like for real.
And who cares?
Yeah.
Honestly, kids, and this is what I mean by you're making the assumption that somehow it'll be easier, it'll be better to navigate with your own kids, when it will not. Because your kids may not say you ain't my daddy, but surely they're gonna say you ruining my life. I can't stand you. I hate living in this house. I'm about to run away.
What if they say? What if they say? or not even say, but they gonna acknowledge you are their daddy, and they still ain't gonna listen to you. Then what you gonna do? Ain't that worse, nigga? Like,
I've been telling my daddy that Cisco was my daddy till the day he left here. So now what?
I don't be understanding what do you think these babies is really like, man? Like, they don't give a fuck. Like, that's the thing you gonna have to understand. These kids really don't care, bro.
Kids is that they do not care.
They really don't give a fuck.
People don't have kids and then they have kids because they think that their kids gonna be different, and your kids is gonna get on your nerves much worse just because of the fact that you ain't got no choice but to take care of. At least the step kids, y'all love berating them step kids. Y'all put them on the porch in a second. You're not gonna do that with your own. You can't do that with your own kids, which makes it a little bit worse.
I'm just telling you.
I told my daddy he ain't never did shit for me. I did.
And that's your biological daddy. That's what I'm saying. I cut my biological daddy off. I ain't talked to that nigga in forever. Like, biological, the nigga that was in my home from me being 10 years old until I left as a early teen, whatever you want, late teen or whatever, 19, 20 years old, whatever it was. That nigga could have been my daddy. I could have saw him as my father. I could have saw, you know what I'm saying? Like, I could have had a relate, but he wasn't shit either. So now I don't talk to neither one of them niggas. Like, if you show up for the kids, bro, they gonna fuck with you.
So you saying he didn't show up for you?
Hell no, he didn't. Hell no. Like, my daddy didn't. So guess what? But K Camp said it a long time ago. Ain't nothing to cut a bitch off. And I'm really a pro with that. I get surgical with cutting a motherfucker off. I'm a surgeon. I cut a nigga off. I don't give a fuck. Exacto knife. You ever play Operation? You might be too young. I'm good. My hand is steady. Look, that motherfucker don't move at all. I can lock in on a nigga like that. Cut a nigga off. I don't give a fuck. That shit don't mean nothing to me. That shit don't mean, I don't got the time. I don't got the patience. I don't deserve it. I'm better than that. Whatever you want to say, I'm above it. Like, that's all I know. But more importantly, my family is a major reason now, since we talking about kids, I tolerated my daddy for a long time before I had kids. I cut the nigga. I don't know if I would have cut the nigga off until I had kids. When I had kids is when I was like, I can't have a nigga like this around my fucking babies. Like, are you fucking crazy? That's crazy. Like, I couldn't even wrap my brain around it. I was like, this nigga around my kids? That's crazy. I can't do it. Like, I could tolerate it. I grew up rough. I grew up, you know what I'm saying? I done seen it all. I could tolerate a nigga like that. I could put up with it. My wife could put up with it. But my babies? Oh no. I wasn't there for that. That was where I drew the line.
A good example, and that is true, because that was a lot of the reason why I was like, oh no, I'm not dealing with my dad, because I don't want my kids to see that. I don't want them, let it be a story that I tell them eventually when they're old enough, but never experiencing it firsthand. And I think that the major difference that I noticed was I did have other men in my life. I'm at the age now where I believe that my father placed other men in my life that he was around that were good father figures, I guess based on the fact that he couldn't be. I don't know. I think I do that as a coping mechanism. I don't know, whatever.
You thought that nigga was your guardian angel, but he was on the planet the whole time. That nigga was here, but he was...
But I will say, I just thought it was a coincidence, truthfully. Like, my uncles, my godfather was an amazing, like, he was a dad figure to us. Anytime I called him, whatever I needed, when I had my kids, he would, when I first found out I was pregnant, he came to my house with big, huge boxes of like 100 diapers, wipes, just left it on my porch and was, and made sure that we had everything we need all the time. My dad was the opposite. His whole phrase was out of sight, out of mind. But the stark difference when they both left here, and they left here in similar ways, because my dad was in the hospital for a very long time, and then when he passed only with my mom there. When my godfather passed, however, there were so many people in the waiting room. All of his he never had kids of his own. All of his god kids were in the hospital room with him, playing music in his ear while he left here. We watched him leave here, but all of the kids that he took care of and loved and was there for throughout their lives
some of us, we just met for the first time. We didn't even know he had other guy kids, so we was kind of jealous of each other. But all of them never.
Not y'all met at the funeral.
Legit. Well, we was
not y'all. Yeah. That's some classic niggatry right there.
But we didn't realize how many kids he really had helped with. We really didn't.
Mm-hmm.
And when I tell you, it was so many people in there that were making sure as he transitioned, like all of his guy kids were there holding his hand and singing to him and, you know, all of those things while he left. My dad didn't have that because he never took the time to actually nurture a child. The problem is, again, it's not about dating single mothers or whether or not you feel like you should have your own kids and you want to connect with them. I think it makes more sense for a man to say, I don't want to be a stepdad because I want to go through the process from the beginning. I like the idea of me and my spouse or my partner or whatever, you know, experiencing the pregnancy test and, you know, we going through the doctor's appointments and all of that. That makes way more sense than saying that women lose value because they have children. That's a whole other thing. And when you start to equate they lose value, these are my kids, so, you know, blood ties.
That's some other man's kids.
That's a completely different thing. And honestly, you won't avoid, just like my dad had to be in that hospital by himself and he had a whole bunch of biological kids. You will be, y'all think that y'all won't be alone in that room when you about to leave here because you have biological kids. When the reality is you need to start noticing who's nurturing the kids, who's there for the kids. Those are the people that got people in the room with them when they leave in here. Because if you don't lose when you are loving, nurturing, caring for a child, you do not lose.
Go ahead, Cole.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a valid point where you said, like, everything's not as special once you did it already, you know?
Who said this?
That's the
Hold on, wait. Like, who told you that?
Been through it a couple times. It's not as special.
Having a kid ain't as special?
Like being the first time for both people.
Hey man, this shit is not like drinking fucking the first time you took a sip of Baja Blast Mountain Dew, my nigga.
No, she didn't say that.
Y'all that is not what she said, fam.
She was like,
don't satellite my name. That's not what I said.
That is not what she said, family. I promise you, every time you have a kid, that motherfucker's special. I promise you.
The first time going through everything together for the first time.
It ain't special. It's my nigga. Let me go. Hold on. No. Going through that. Listen to what I'm saying. Saying something is special, fine. I'm saying it's special every time. That's all I'm saying.
Every time.
First and foremost, special every time. Second of all, the first time you go through it, you don't know what the fuck you doing.
Yes.
You don't even know what you be doing. You don't know. You don't know what you doing the first time. You literally just throwing shit, hoping it stick. That seemed good.
You figure it out together. Not like, okay.
But listen, hold on. But listen what I'm saying, Cole. Okay, cool. I hear you figuring out together, right? I got you. Cool. That's what I want to know. Anything else that matters to you, you pick it. Unmute. Sorry, somebody muted you. Unmute. I want you to tell me anything else. Think of it. Getting your car fixed, going to the doctor. I don't give a fuck, my nigga. Anything. You pick it, right? Would you rather a person that has experience doing it or a person that has no experience doing it?
Of course you want experience, but that's a completely different situation.
Hold on. See, this is why I don't think the logic got to be the same. Why is it any different? I'm just naming you're naming pros and cons, right? The con in this scenario is what? You know the difference between a pro and a con, not, and when I'm saying an objective con, not something that like you just feel like, well, it ain't the first time, like that's your feelings. I'm saying an actual con that will negatively impact the material circumstances of that baby, right? Name the con to having a child with a woman who already has children. Name the con.
With being a blended family?
I'm talking about the act. Hold on. Listen to what I'm saying. Again, right now, what I want you to focus on. Name the con as it pertains to the process of having the child? Name the.
I guess the only thing you could really say is it's not special to her.
That's what I said. So that's not. I was very deliberate in my language because I didn't want you to say
pregnancy is going to be a blended family.
That's not a con either. That's not a con.
It's problematic.
It's not problematic. You're just saying that. It's not. When you say something is something, that's definitive. You could say it could be problematic, and I would agree it could be. It's not problematic, though. That's not true. But anyways, again, because we were talking about the process, because that's what BPG was talking about. It's your first time having a kid. You want to see the birth, you know what I'm saying, the test, and you want to go for the first, all that stuff. Okay, cool. I'm saying remove that from it, because that's a feeling, right? What is the con to having a child with a woman who already has children? Again, what is the con?
What is the con?
Yes. How will it negatively impact your child, the one that's in her belly? She already has kids. How will that negatively impact the child in your belly? That's what I want to know.
Well, you already have other kids there.
Okay. Name how that's negative.
So that's more of a strain, because like if she has multiple kids, then you got to tend to those other kids while she's also pregnant, and you got a newborn. So
but it'll be the same if y'all had multiple kids together.
Oh my God. He not, bro. This shit is not that. Okay. So you don't have no cons. Let's just. I've asked several times. We not able. So there's no cons to having a child with a woman.
You could say, okay, yeah, just the pregnancy part. There's no con.
There's no con. Okay.
What comes after that?
Hold on. Wait. Even after that, you can't name any. But now name the pros.
It might go a little smoother because she knows what she's doing.
Exactly. That's all I'm. So your baby in the womb has an advantage more than likely because the mother knows more. She's more experienced. That's what I'm saying. Now, hold on, wait. We're not done yet. We're taking it step by step. The baby's out. The baby's here. Hold on, wait. The baby's here. Same thing now. The baby's here. Pros, cons. The baby's here now. She already has kids. Name the con.
The cons of a blended family.
That's, you would have to, what is that?
That's when you have, people.
Do you know what a blended family is?
Yeah, it's usually when you bring two families together.
Okay, so that means that she has support from the other side of the family too, correct?
Sure.
Okay, so now that means you have what?
I guess you could say help, but
you got more support. You got more support. You got a blended family. You got, look, instead of 4 grannies, you got 8. Instead of 4 sets of grandparents, you got 8 sets of grandparents, right? Instead of 2 sets of parents, you know what I'm saying? Like you got another, if the baby daddy got a wife or a girlfriend, now you got you and her, and you got him and her. God damn. You saying that's a con?
It's crazy how you're so idealistic on how a relationship will go for you, like looking into the future. Oh, I won't have those issues because X, Y, and Z. But when we're telling you, as people with experience who have seen blended families, who may be part of blended families, etc., it's like you can't even wrap your mind around it because, like I said earlier, my husband is not my daughter's biological dad. However, she calls him daddy. She's never said to him, "You're not my daddy. You can't tell me what to do." She worships the ground he walks on. That's her daddy, right? His parents went so far as to put her as one of their beneficiaries. They take care of my baby better than her own grandparents take care of her. If they buy for my son, they buy for my daughter. So the level of support that I've gotten as a result of a blended family is more than I could have ever imagined. That's why we're saying you just don't know. You don't know how life is going to turn out. But at the same time, if you're looking for something to be negative or looking for something to be a con, you will know that when you're dating that woman. You will know that there is an in and out father, an inconsistent father, an abusive father, etc. Are you going to proceed in that relationship? Probably not. So what the fuck are you even worrying about? What are you talking about?
I think that I think we might be getting in a little bit confused too, Cole. Because what I'm asking you isn't necessarily what could go wrong per se. It's what I want to look at it. I want to look at it like this. More than likely, how is this scenario going to play out? More than likely, first, and then secondly, I want you to think about all the ways, negative and positive, how the situation is going to play out, right? You are only focused on the negative. You haven't thought about the positive. You said, oh, a blended family. Blended families are not net negatives. Generally speaking, they're not any more, to me, it's not any more negative than just two families coming in. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think the same likelihood. Your mother cannot like your wife. Your wife cannot get along with your mother, with your father. Shit happens all the time. Or they could. And if they do, then you guys have a great fucking family. That's what I'm saying. So saying a blended, like when I ask you what's the con, it has to be, the way you're stating it is as if it's definitive, like definitively, blended families are negatives. And I'm like, blended families are not negatives definitively, but I know what is definitively a negative, a lack of experience. A lack of experience is definitively bad in the vast majority of cases, right? Or worse. I shouldn't say bad, but worse. Worse than not having experience. So if you are a mother that's having a child, and this is your second or third child, right? More than likely, you're going to be better at it the second time around. And I know at some point it becomes when you start having too many kids. Don't get me wrong, I know that too. But yeah, generally speaking, 1 to 2 to 3 kids or whatever, you good to go. The moms get better, the dads get better. You know what to do. You're more prepared. You know what I'm saying? Like taking my first trip by myself, it was stressful. I didn't know what to pack for. I didn't know how many underwears I needed. I didn't know how many. Oh man, I might need another pair. I didn't know if I needed to bring nightwear. Like I didn't know. By the 20th time I was traveling, I was packing like that. And I knew, boom, grab that, I need that. Let me get my travel this and did it. And I knew my little things that I like to do, right? The first time I went on tour, I didn't know shit. I didn't know what to put in the back. Like, I didn't know what I wanted to eat. I didn't know what I wanted to drink. I didn't know. Show number 5, I was like, hey, I want hen back there. Nigga, I want a bag of Skittles and I want chicken, nigga. Like you had to have that shit on deck. I wasn't fucking with it if it wasn't. Like, that's what I'm saying. You learn more every single time we move. Me and my wife, we learn something that we don't want or we like about our house or about our living condition. Like, no, we need hardwood floors throughout. Because I had carpet before and we had dogs and that shit nasty. Now we got kids. I don't want carpet with kids. Ugh, gross. Now we need hardwood floors. I don't like the laminate floors. That shit is cheap. I want these types of, like, the more you do stuff, typically the better you get at it, bro. That's what I'm saying. So the way you're talking is you're acting as if having this experience is going to be a net negative when and like logically it's not. Logically it's going to be better for you. That's it.
I mean, yeah, you could look at it that way, but at the same time, she had a relationship that failed. And maybe she learned from it.
Go ahead, Cole. No, let him go, please, y'all. Please let that man go. My bad, brother. My bad.
Yes, she got more experience. At the same time, she did have a relationship that failed.
Did
she play doing that, or was it the other guy?
You dated her because you failed another bitch. What difference
Would you feel?
You ain't special.
If we're talking about
I ask a question?
Yeah, go ahead, A Hill. Hold on, let A Hill go, please. Go ahead, A Hill. Go ahead, please.
Hold this. I'm 51 years old. I had my first child at the age of 18. Okay. My wife at the time, she was 19. Okay. Now here's the thing. My situation is different than what your whole epiphany is of what you talk about in your mind. But the thing is, let me push forward. The last young lady that I dated, we had children. Okay. Now, she wasn't with the children's father. Doesn't mean that she failed the relationship. That doesn't mean that. You got to get that out of your mind. Okay.
Then what was it?
It was just, it could have been anything. And with my,
and he could have been a failure, leaving her with 3 fucking kids.
Right. Let me finish. Now, in my situation, the ex-husband was the failure. Okay. You know, he wanted to lay around. He didn't have no vision. Okay. So she worked with him, but then he ended up cheating on her. And so that's what ended the marriage, was infidelity. Okay. And that was on his part. That's what you got to think about, Cole. You can't stereotype relationships. This is the problem with it comes to young people. You really, it's like you worship stereotypes. And that's the problem. You got to think reality. Okay.
Think big, bitch.
And reality is you cannot predict.
He'll sound like he laying on his stomach talking to us with his phone on the bed. He'll laying on his bed like this with his phone on his face. You got to, you idolizing relationships that ain't got no idols. So come on, get
like that, man. You can't. I'm just trying to help you. I want to help you. You just can't think like that. You got to think. You can't predict a relationship when you meet someone and you dating a young lady. You can't predict everything.
Right.
That's true.
It's like you plan for it, but I'm saying I'm realistic. Like I know a lot of things aren't gonna go the way you expect it to. But it's like you at least want to plan towards a certain ideal, you know? And I'm not like a lot of people been saying stuff that I never said. Like I didn't say single women don't have any value and stuff like that. It's just
single mother.
If I have options, I'm not gonna go towards a single mother. That's all.
I'm with you. No.
You did say that earlier, though.
Yeah.
And again, I want to be very clear. Stay away from them. Stay away from them single mothers. Like, stay away from them. Like, I'm with Jamila. If you was, you know what I'm saying? Like, you ain't in the right mind for, you know what I'm saying? Like, they need somebody that's like with the business. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you're gonna be with her, you got to be like. That's what I'm saying. Like, if you don't want to be about that business, you got to just keep it pushing. I respect that. I really do. I hate the niggas. Look, because I hate the niggas that ain't about that life, but be acting like they are just to get, you know what I'm saying? Just to get something out of that woman. Yeah. So I'm cool with you being on some like, nah, I'm out and just avoiding them altogether. That's cool. That's fair. Respect.
But even because I'll be real about it. Like the girl I went on a date with the other day, that kind of changed my perspective a little bit. Because I would have never went on a date with a single mother.
Wait, hold on. Say it again. Hold on, wait. Let him get that one out. What? Uh-huh.
But there was certain traits in her that I didn't see with all the other women. So I'm not saying that.
In a good way or a bad way?
I'm saying in a good way.
Oh, look at that. Who would have thought?
I'm still not trying to date a single mother.
I'm cool with you not dating a single mother. I'm just saying, you don't think that that's odd though? Like maybe you just, basically what I'm saying is maybe you just don't have a fucking idea. Like you just had it, like what A Hill was saying, you had a preconceived notion. You are You know what I'm saying? You thought it was one way, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then you met her. You actually met a woman that had kids. You didn't even know they had kids. You didn't even know she had kids. And then you ended up being smitten. And then you find out she didn't have kids. And that's the only reason why you was like, ah, damn. So think about that. If she checked off a bunch of boxes, and the only thing that you know made you feel some type of way was that she had kids, not her character, not her personality, not what she does for, you know what I'm saying? None of that stuff. Just, oh, she already has kids with a man. That's the thing that turned you off. Like,
yeah, because I'm not, because
we get it, Cole. We know you don't like them babies.
I mean, you get what I'm saying. I said I don't want to be about that. I'm not trying
Yeah,
to.
we know. We know you don't give a fuck about them babies.
Feel me?
You don't believe the children are our future.
No, I do believe that, but I'm not ready for
No,
that.
you don't.
No.
You know, I want to have my own kids. You feel me?
You ain't ready to have no babies?
Most men don't want fatherhood. They want a woman.
You ain't ready.
They want fatherhood, which is why a lot of fathers are trash. And
That's true.
Don't help around the house and don't pull their weight. And they're not the one changing the diapers and dropping them off at daycare. They don't want to be a father. It's the reason 80% of women are left with the kids. You just think you'd like it more if they belong to you. And that's what a lot of fathers think.
And they don't.
I don't like these kids if they're mine. And that's the whole bias towards single mothers, is because those aren't your kids.
I'm trying to tell you.
You love the woman. You like the woman. She's a great woman. She has all the qualities you like. You don't want to take on the responsibility of raising kids, and you think you would if they were yours. And a lot of relationships end after the kids are born.
Yeah, I don't think they really be liking the women like that, though, Jamila. Because and go ahead, Shan.
Before we get too far from what he just said, because I want to speak on that bias point. It's crazy to me to hear you just say like you saw all these good qualities in her and blah blah blah, be that as it may, but you still went date a single mom, which that part is fine. But the fact that you've been up here for what, an hour or so, pretty much shitting on that woman, and don't say I was. Yes, you were.
You were. You were. Oh no, you was. You did.
Shitting on that woman.
You did.
I ain't even gonna get
Tor clocked it a long time ago. She said that's what she was doing.
Let me get the point out, Cole. Then you can lie about how you weren't shitting on her. You were shitting on this woman for an hour just to turn around an hour later and be like, you know, but with all that said, it changed my perspective. I did see some good qualities. That is the problem. You just summed up the whole issue with single moms and dating them. It's not the single moms. It's you niggas listening to each other about single moms.
Yep.
That is the problem. All that shit that you're saying about this, that, and the third, all of that is shit you hear from other men. Y'all don't actually take the time to get to know these women, to see them as human beings, to treat them like human beings, to get the benefits of treating a woman like a human being. Because I don't know if anybody knows this, but you don't cease to become a regular everyday woman when you have a child. They're women just like everybody else. And most women reciprocate energy. So you don't even get the chance to experience what it's like to have a woman reciprocate your energy to you when she's a single mom, because y'all listen to each other and then y'all proceed to lie on single moms that you don't even actually deal with, or when you do deal with, you have mostly pleasant experiences with.
And I got a question for you, Cole. When you saw her, just be honest with me. Was she dragging a wagon, and that's what changed your mind?
Changed my mind.
At least a little bit. I'm not changed your mind, but listen to what I'm saying. When you saw the wagon dragging, you was like, oh shit, she cool, and then you find out that she had kids, so you was conflicted at that point, right?
You know what I'm saying? I was talking to her. You know, she's my type. The conversation was flowing, and you know, she had a certain level of maturity that you don't really see amongst a girl that's like 22, 23. She either
because she got babies, nigga.
Yeah,
because she got
because she got fucking kids, nigga. What the fuck?
It's the thing. I wasn't trying to drag her, but it's like every time I was about to get to the point where I was trying to say the second point, I kept getting muted or getting cut off, so I never got.
You made it.
By the time I started talking,
everything else you wanted to say,
You never mentioned any positive qualities about this woman until just now. So you had to cut off.
Nah.
To say you didn't get cut off.
Now I didn't get.
That ain't it, Cole. Don't try to gaslight us. That was not it.
Negative shit. You found a way to still get through and say that, but you kept getting cut off when it was time to say all the positive experiences you had with her.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, don't do that, brother. You should have.
What I'm saying, I keep getting muted.
You only get muted when we talking. We don't.
Keep talking over people, bitch.
I don't mute you. No, man. All right, you right, Cole. But look, when you go ahead. Go ahead. I was just about to say that. That's when I stopped. I was gonna let him just go. Yeah, that's what I'm not understanding. Why not start with all the things you liked about her?
Because I was giving my point. I was giving my stance on that I don't prefer a single mother, and then I will get to it. But I can see y'all point because that I see.
All right, you got it. Ali said, "Cole, you stupid." In my Tommy voice.
But I'm saying, like, let's be real.
We do. We did, and we do. But
he talking at a slow pace, and we still let him finish the majority of stuff he said.
And I told him to hurry the fuck up.
Yep, she told me to hurry up, and I got muted.
Adam said 3 on A Hill for talking too fucking slow. Oh my mama. Kate Yorker said my quote unquote stepsisters say I'm more like my adopted father than they are. Damn, the quote unquote real kids. Nature wins. He has been an amazing father. I am the quote unquote first kid. Oh, that makes sense. So you spent the most time with him. BK Standard said, I just got here. What if the man has no children? Is it wrong for him to have that as a deal breaker? No, if you don't have no kids, man or woman, to me, it ain't a deal breaker. Look, to me, it's not a deal breaker no matter what, because that's your preferences, the people say, right? But the same thing goes when we're talking about preferences, right? If you got to shit on them people or on another group of people, you know what I'm saying, to justify your preference, then it's not a preference, it's a prejudice. That's where the problems lie. I'm cool with you being like, hey, like, look, man, like I said, my baby's 9 and 12, about to be 13, 9 and 13, you want to say, right? If I don't want to date a woman, because kids are different. If I don't want to date a woman that got 3-year-old or 1-year-old baby, I feel like that's fair, because I don't want to fucking deal with a toddler. My babies are 9 and 13. I don't want to have to do, that's a different life. A toddler, a 2, a 1, a 2, a 3, a 4, that's a different, they don't go to school. That's a different life. I don't want to deal with that. I've served my time, quote unquote, right? I'm good. And same thing. If BBG kids is fucking 22 years old or Jamila kids is in their 20s, yes, she has kids, but she don't want to deal with a nigga that got a 9 and a 13-year-old. Them is fucking 2 new kids. She don't want to deal with that. So I wouldn't be mad at her if she was like, I know, I was saying, that's why BBG, leave me alone.
Say I missed the nigga.
Leave me the hell alone. If Jamila say she don't want to deal with a nigga that got a 9 and a 12-year-old, perfectly understand. If Kay don't want to deal with a nigga that got grown ass kids because she got little ass babies, she don't want to do. I totally understand that. These are things that I understand. But what I won't understand is your ass having kids and you being like shitting on kids in general, or you having kids and then being like, I don't want somebody who has any kids, or you being like, I don't want somebody who has any kids so that I can impregnate them with some more kids, or I'm sorry, with some new kids. Like all those things, all those things are problematic to me. They scream red flags. I don't like it. I don't like it. That's what I'm saying. You can feel however the fuck you want to feel. Do your thing. I don't care. I don't care. That shit don't mean nothing to me. But I don't be liking how me, because most of the time when men be saying this stuff, all of this shit just be manipulation tactics. That's all it is. It's not really like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you're not really saying it for a real reason because you actually are like, nah, you know what? I just really feel like I got more growing to do. And it's not that. It's just like, I just want to shit on single mothers because in the cult of man, they tell me to shit on single mothers. Men tell other men. That's what Shan was saying. Men tell other men to shit on single mothers. And here you are shitting on single mothers. That's the reality. You don't have no reason to. Your mama might have been a single mother. Wouldn't doubt if she was, because most of our mamas are or were. You know what I'm saying? Let's be real. But here you are shitting on single mothers. You was raised by a single mother. Your granny was a single mother. Your aunties are single mothers. But here you are shitting on single mother. Like, that shit is crazy. That's wild. You not wanting to, you know what I'm saying? You not wanting to have children. And by the way, lastly, for me, that's a very fine line. Even if you don't have children, it is a very fine line between not having your own kids and being on some like, I don't want to raise no other man's kids. That shit is crazy. You have crossed the line when you start talking like that. Those aren't my kids. When you start talking like that, like, what the fuck? Ugh. Oh, see, that's my seed. And I don't want to raise nobody else's seed. Huh? The fuck? You talking about them people? You talking about them human beings that are their own entity on themselves? Like, what are you talking about? A seed? Nigga, what? This is crazy. That's where I draw the line. Cool. You would have just came up here and said, hey, man, I'm 22 years old. I just don't have no interest in raising kids at all right now. That's just not a focus of mine, and I don't want to be with anybody that has kids. You ain't got to say nothing more. I would think you were a very mature young man if you said that. But the shit you said though was not. It was a far cry from that, and that's why everybody been on your head ever since. The shit you were saying was highly disrespectful. If that woman was in here, I'm sorry, that girl, because how old was she? 22. If that girl was in here right now, she would be like, how dare you talk about me like that? She would have felt highly disrespected. Whether you said her name or not, she would have felt highly disrespected by that. Because it was disrespectful. I know what? If you wanted a second date and she heard you, you never would have got one. She'd have been completely turned off. Coochie dry as the Sahara. It's done. Wrap it up, B. And it wasn't because you didn't get a chance to speak either. You led with that shit. You led with that bullshit. That was crazy. That was... I was going to get to it, though. Here he goes. Take accountability, Cole. Take accountability, man. Goddamn, my nigga. It's okay to be like, you know what? I fucked up. I shouldn't have did that. If you mean it. If you don't say it. But still trying to gaslight, my nigga, it's done. It's over.
And this is why y'all, but whatever, y'all always gonna be full of shit. Y'all consistently.
No, she just said y'all, because most niggas is full of shit. I'm with most niggas is full of. No, it ain't. Hold on, A Hill, hold on. We just use it. We using niggas to apply that to men. She don't mean black men specifically. She just mean men. Men gonna be full of shit. Regardless, niggas, men is gonna be full of shit in general. Because white men full of shit, Asian men full of shit. They full, all men that I've spoken, all demographics of men, they all full of shit. I ain't never met a group of men. I'm like, you know what? Them Indian men, they really not full of shit. Nigga, they full of shit too. they be saying the same dumbass shit too. All of them. They all fucking all of them. I don't care. Every group of men is full of shit. Not every man is full of shit, though. You're right. You may not be full of shit. Tone may not be full of shit. Whatever. Whatever the case may be. But men, as a collective, absolutely. Absolutely. Jay Lovely said, some women don't tell men they have kids because some women don't tell men they have kids not because they're embarrassed, but because some men will only date women because they have kids. Pedos. Oh, wow. I didn't even think about that one, but that's definitely true. That's what we were saying before. You just don't know what, you know what I'm saying? Why would you want to, that's really personal. Like, I have kids. They're at home. I'm not here. You know what I'm saying? Like, you don't want to tell nobody you got kids. It's weird. I'm surprised she told you on the first date, to be honest with you. If that's the case, I would have told your ass shit.
The slick part is like he was trying to convince us that lady was wrong because she didn't tell him until 2 hours into the date. Okay, so waiting 2 hours is a long time for her.
I'm saying she would have never told me though, but she had a car seat in her car.
What you mean she would have never have told you, sir?
In her car.
Because she said she wanted to go get gas and she don't like getting gas at nighttime. So I was like,
Shit, hold on.
Your car will go right
So this woman went on a date with you just so you can help pump her gas. No, I'm not even saying you think that. I'm just telling you that that's what happened.
No, I'm saying that.
Shout out to her, y'all.
I'm saying the date was over.
Yeah, nah, shout out to her, man. Did you pay for dinner too?
No, we just got ice cream. I didn't pay for her gas.
No, I asked you, did you pay for dinner?
We got ice cream.
He said they just got ice cream.
Y'all just got ice cream? Hey, shout out to that girl. Shout out to that girl for getting ice cream and getting her. Did you pump her gas?
Yeah.
Hold on, one more time, y'all. Shout out to that girl for getting. She got.
You done paid for a babysitter to get cute and get and go out with you for some ice cream.
No, the dad had the babies.
Yeah.
The dad had the babies. She got free. That's what I'm saying. Why I'm not understanding why Cole be fucking complaining. I'm like, nigga, the daddy active. What the fuck?
That's still a waste of.
But why do you think that she wasn't gonna tell you about her having children?
I have no idea why he thinks that. That's a good question.
Because when we started walking to the car, she was like, it seemed like she didn't want to go to the car, and I was just like, "You good?" And that's when she's like came clean, like, "Oh, I got baby car seat in the back."
He didn't come clean. Y'all be weird when you go out on a date.
So.
When you go out on a date with a man, you and somebody mentioned this earlier. Maybe it was Jamila, but I don't think that men be realizing how dangerous men are. Because
men are weird.
You never tell a man straight out the gate that you have kids. You don't, because there are men who target women who have children.
That's what Jay Lovely said.
And you already confirmed that you went on a date with the lady. You didn't end the date early, so obviously it was a good date. You went out, had a good time with her, and then you found out she had kids, and you started behaving weirdly. But you already pretty much confirmed that this lady had some level of integrity. She was nice. She was fun. She obviously was very level-headed. There was a reason why she didn't tell you. You didn't consider at all that the reason she didn't tell you is probably not only for her own safety, but for her kids' safety. You just thought she was just hiding that from you. And where was the kids gonna be the whole time that y'all was dating? Because if she was to continue dating you, did you think she was gonna keep having 3 kids?
He might have believed that though, because the men's be saying that women be doing that type of stuff. Hey, Cole, hold on, Cole. I got a question for you, family. Hold on, man. I lost my train of thought. God damn it. When you was on what? How did y'all end up at the ice cream shop?
What you mean? How did we end up? We met there.
I know. I'm saying, who suggested that?
I'm saying we drove separately.
Who suggested that?
I suggested that.
Why?
What you mean? Why?
You often eat ice cream?
Maybe like once a month.
He watching that red pill shit.
So why you take a woman? Why you?
They either both or ice cream.
Hold on. Why you?
You for saying it was a date? That was a get together.
My nigga, why you taking these girls?
Or sometimes we meet at the gym. It's one of the 3 usually.
At the gym?
Wow. Yeah. Man, I've met girls before and we ran.
Hey man. Hey, wrap all this shit up.
Then you go put up. Now it
depends on the woman.
Wrap all this shit up. This shit. Wow.
Expensive dinner or something.
Expensive? What's expensive?
Anything over $60, I say expensive.
Okay, so you don't think you could have went to a deep? You young? You couldn't have went to Chili's, Triple Dippers?
So you broke?
It's not more.
Hold on. He is broke. Hold on, y'all. He 20 something. He broke. Yes.
I'm 24. No, I'm not.
He 24 years old. He broke.
I mean, it depends what you consider broke. But...
A 24-year-old is broke, but you broke, my nigga. Like I ain't gonna even hold you. I'm not saying you broke for a 24-year-old. I'm saying you broke in America. Like you ain't got no, you know what I'm saying? Like you ain't got no money. But so I would understand, like you just said, an expensive date is anything over $60. You broke, right? Let's be real. And that's cool.
I'm just frugal.
You're not frugal, nigga. You cheat.
You're not frugal.
It's the same thing, man.
No, it's not.
No, it's not.
Frugal. Hold on. Hold on. Wait. You can get something that's inexpensive, be great quality, and you can get something that's cheap. You think those are the same thing? Inexpensive and cheap are two different things. When you think cheap, you think cheaply made. When you think inexpensive, you don't think cheaply made. You just think it's inexpensive. You think a bargain even. You're like, damn, that's all it costs? Oh, that's what's up.
It's just like, you wanna get to know a woman better before you start spending money for real.
You don't like these women. So you don't really like women like that.
No, I love women.
Nah, you don't. You don't love them.
He's trying to bait a hostage.
Yeah, don't do that. You don't love them women like that. Come on, dog.
Texas Roadhouse more than $6.
That's expensive. I wouldn't go to Texas Roadhouse. Chili's?
Feel her expectation. So if I start taking you and I get you a high 2 for $20, if I take you to Texas Roadhouse or Cheesecake Factory, you gonna think we both.
Oh, you know what? Pho ain't y'all don't eat pho out there? Do y'all eat pho out there? Yeah.
Yeah.
Pho cheap.
Yeah, I've hit some, spots before.
Like a cool pho spot? A cool.
Yeah, that's usually like the second date,
Second date?
Wow. Yeah.
Nigga, what? Hold on. So after y'all go to the gym, hold on, wait. So after y'all go to the gym and y'all both hungry, you just be like, all right, and you just go home?
You might hit Smoothie King.
Hey, man, these niggas is diabolical. These niggas is diabolical, these niggas is so trifling. Oh, my God. Hey, this nigga want to be married before he take this woman out to a dinner. Nigga, if you don't take them girls out to go eat some fucking food, not even Chipotle, nigga.
Cole, you're not gonna be.
I mean, I have. I'm just saying it.
Money
You're being honest. Most of the time
you die.
He don't care, A-Hill.
I enjoy life, though. I enjoy ice cream. See, that's what I do things that I like to do.
You got to stop saying I. You need to learn how to share and appreciate life and appreciate a woman and take her out and spend money on her. It's okay. It's
definitely okay to spend money on women, man. If you gonna spend, hey, what's your favorite thing to spend money on? What's your favorite thing to spend money on?
I told you I'm frugal, man.
No. You got something you like to spend money on. What's your favorite thing to spend money on?
I say like trips.
Okay, trips. You don't think women is more valuable than trips?
I'm not saying that. I'm saying if I don't know the woman, then
nigga, whether you know them or not, you don't think a woman is more valuable. What's gonna bring you more pleasure long term? What's gonna fulfill you more long term? Even if you don't even get in a relationship with her, like if you know what I'm saying, like a long term committed relationship. Like what? Come on, brother.
Depends on the woman. Some women, you get more pleasure from than others.
Man, you won't never know. Oh,
hey, everybody.
The youth is lost, man.
Yeah, Red Zone. He was next.
Oh, he's up. I'm sorry.
Oh yeah, go ahead, Tom.
Wow. Okay. So back to the topic. All right. Single mothers bring more to the table than single men. I'm going to agree to that. Just because I would say generally, because single mothers have to be more responsible by default, and they have more on their plate, and because of their responsibilities, they have to be able to schedule, they have to be able to budget, they have to be able to do those things. Lots of single moms have experience with that, and single men are not up to that standard by and large.
Yep.
So I would have to agree to that. So that's me addressing the problem. And with that being said, I want to follow up with a couple of things. Single mothers are not less valuable. Like, a woman is not less valuable because she has children.
Mm-hmm.
And for you to say that, that means you're making a value judgment on the outcome of that relationship. Single mothers can be single because they're widowers. You know, men die. You know what I mean? Or sorry, unalive.
Yeah.
Unalive. Yeah. Men unalive every day for various reasons. She could have been a military wife. It could have been a freak accident. Dude could have caught.
Yeah, whatever it was. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But you don't know the circumstances for you to be making a value judgment on it. But if you're going to do that, that also means that you're saying that men decrease women's value. And that's not the message I think you want to actually be sending out to the world. Because it automatically is you saying that men decrease women's values if they get her pregnant, which is just telling women to stay away from men. So that's a terrible judgment to be made. And we should just, by and large, stop doing it.
I agree.
And the next thing I'm going to say is, if you don't want to date a woman with kids, then don't date a woman with kids, but don't pass those judgments. And I'll give you a clear example. I'm 40 years old. I don't have children. Me personally, I would prefer to not date a woman with children, but this is also coming from somebody who intends on staying child-free completely. I don't want to have my own children, and I would prefer to date someone who is also child-free.
Yeah.
But I'm also not saying
that women with children are worth less. Yeah. You just don't want to be, you don't want to raise, you don't want to have kids in general. So you just like, I'm good. On
right, exactly. Yeah. I feel like I have a temperament for that. But
that's respect. Yeah.
Judgment on women with children.
I respect that. That's what I was saying the whole time. I was like, you could say I don't want to, you know what I mean? Like, that's your preference. I'm all good with that. Right. But it's as soon as you start being like, oh, you know, I don't want to deal with the headache. Oh, I don't want to raise another man's seed, things of that nature. That's when I'm gonna be like, nah, we got a problem. Because now you're not seeing them babies as humans, and you're not seeing that woman as a human being. That's kind of crazy.
Exactly. And like, the thing is, like, I was raised by a single mom.
Me too.
And I've been made to feel like me and my brothers and sisters, unfortunately, we have been around step parents on both sides.
Yeah.
Like, I've had stepmoms and I've had stepdads that have made us feel like a burden. That's something I hope no child ever experiences. Ever.
Facts. Well said too. Go ahead, Osa, and then I'm gonna let's talk about. Hold on. Let's talk about life. Go ahead, Osa.
How's everybody doing?
Good.
I'm so happy for what the gentleman had mentioned, that he's child free and he prefers to date someone that is also child free. And he did it in a way that's not dismissive to single mothers. I'm a single mom. I'm a happy single mom. And I think it's just mind blowing, some of the vitriol that's been said in the conversation about children being baggage, about children being a burden. I'm just speaking, just really in a negative light when it comes to single mothers, when it comes to children. The reason, so I'm coming up just to also share a different perspective. The reason why I'm making a personal decision not to date any men with children, also with me being a single mom, is I don't believe that any man should have okay, let me say it like this. I understand that men with kids are looking for someone to be a replacement for like their child's mother or to make their lives easier. So I made the decision that I'm not going to date men with kids. And if that means that I won't ever have a relationship again, I'm perfectly fine with that. But I'm not going to use my labor. I'm not going to use, I'm not going to use my resources to help support a man who left another woman and made her a single mom. And then also shares these disgusting views of what it means to be a single mom. So since holding that value system, my life has been so much better. Going on 8 years with this mindset not going to be pouring my resources, my love, my time, my energy into men who don't share the same sentiment and don't have the same like value system that I hold. And you know, this whole like idea that most single mothers that are out here are like miserable and mad and bitter and all these other like foolish things. You know, I laugh at the conversation because negging has been around forever. Let me pull over for a second. I feel like my background noise might be a bit much. I feel like negging has been around forever. And this is just another example of useless men using this as another way to like neg women into settling for trash. We do not need to settle for any type of trash out here. We are doing well by ourselves. We'll continue to do well by ourselves. And no matter how much you keep trying to push this narrative, you're never going to be able to live up to all of the hype that you think that you actually are. And this is why I love like your platform, Public, and everybody that's on the panels just kind of sharing their perspective, because you get to flush out a lot of these ridiculous stereotypes that's out there about single mothers. And no matter what topic we're talking about, it's like single moms constantly like get this bad rap when literally we decided to put ourselves first in the situations and to walk away from bad men. Most of the guys that have spoken up here, they would probably consider themselves as good guys, and I can assure you, none of you are. You know, a lot of you were left. A lot of you were looked at as from your past girlfriends as not good people, and that's why we decided to walk away from you. And I'll let it land there.
Bet. Go ahead. Let's talk about life. Go ahead, brother.
Hey, how's everybody doing tonight?
Good, man.
Not to bash anybody or nothing like that, but she the one just got through talking. It's far fetched in between that you see women like that, but she's telling the truth. But I'm a single father myself. I took care of 2 daughters. One of them graduated college in 3 years last year, and I got a younger daughter. My mom died, when she was 3 years old.
Yeah.
So I mean, pretty much most of my time is with my daughter. I don't really have a whole lot of time for myself, and I really don't care to be out there in the streets and do all that. I was dating a single mother at one time. She had just got divorced, and we was together. She had a daughter, and my youngest daughter. Everything was good, but before she came into the relationship, she said that she had some inner child problems where she had problems with her mother. Even though she had both parents, she had problems where they didn't allow her to express her feelings. So when we got together, she had some mental health issues, but I stuck by her through it. But when she lived with me, we was together for 5 years. Everything was good. We both had good careers, everything. But she could never get past the mental health issues. And when the match dropped, she moved on. And to this day, she's still chasing after a married man that not left his wife. It's been 2 years. And I saw her the other day, and she looked the worst I've ever seen her in her whole life. But when she was with me, she was more, she looked more happier. She looked, more refreshed, everything. But what I want to say is not every woman is like the one just got to speaking. Some of them are, some of them do, some of them don't. They got the situation where the situation is good, and it's it's a good bond and everything's good. The kids was happy, we was going on trips together. We didn't have to worry about bills, everything was good. But now she's out there. A lot of single mothers don't have a person that loves them and cares about them. But a lot of them, they want their needs filled, so they don't really care about the child had a good man in their life, because they like, well, she's got a dad, but the dad really wasn't doing anything for her. And the daughter even told me, she said, I wish she was my dad and everything. And, it's a sad situation. I went to counseling through all that. I don't have a problem telling it. I went to counseling through all this because it tore me.
But what are you, I'm a little confused as to like, what's the relevancy of this right now? Like, what are you saying?
What I'm saying is, though, it's some good single mothers out there.
Okay.
But it's some out there that will use it.
Yeah. None of this is absolute. But none. Yeah.
Like me, which was a single father, and I was looking to be in a relationship and have a family. And I thought it was a family.
But I'm not, and I, wait. Hold on, wait. Nothing that nobody up here is speaking in absolutes. Like, I know that there are women that will use a man, and yep, you're right. And I'm sorry, and that sucks that happened to you, and that your kid was subjected to that, right? Because your kid had to experience that too. And her child experienced that, right? So no pushback whatsoever, but it's not really applicable, because nobody up here is saying that there's no woman out there that's like that. Of course, there's some. Maybe I'm speaking for everybody. Does anybody disagree that there are some women out here that would use a man? Like,
would, but they will also not leave an absolutely good man. And the fact that she didn't, no. The fact that you said she didn't put the kids first, no. The fact that you said, I'm listening to what you said, sir. The fact that you said she didn't put the kids' needs first over her needs tells me that you feel like that woman should have stayed, regardless of how she was feeling, and prioritized the children having a quote father figure in their life. That's not healthy either. Okay. If she's not fulfilled as a person, that's going to spill over to the children. So something about this dynamic tells me that you probably weren't a good man for her. That's what I'm saying. Like, y'all be thinking cut out a good man, but you might not have been a good man for her. That's fine. And that's okay too. Because you took your time to try to disparage this lady and talk about how bad she looking because she ain't with you no more. Giving, you should have stayed with me. You see, you was happy when you was over here. You didn't have to worry about no bills when you was over here, which means that you are okay with that woman being punished for leaving you. I got what you said. I'm not saying you're wrong, but I would love, and this is what I want men to say. I would love for once that women would stop trying to take the side of women only. Take the side for men too sometimes, because.
Why? But wait, hold on, wait. But why? Hold on, brother. Hold on. Hey, can you not hear me? Okay. Hold on, brother. I don't care about that your personal story right now. And I don't mean that with any disrespect. I'm saying you already told us the story first and foremost, so we heard it. But again, why are you trying to convince women specifically? Because you said women. Why are you trying to convince women to not side with women all the time? When A, that's not what they're doing. But B, why? Why do you care? How does it affect you? If you know your truth, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know that if you were a good man to her and you did everything in your power to treat her right and all of that stuff, but she wants to, as you keep putting it, chase behind a married man. Why do you care what other women think? Who gives a fuck? You know your truth. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not understanding. Like, that doesn't, again, I'm not understanding. Like, it's, you know what I'm saying? Like, do you want to, and I don't know how to say this in a different way. Do you want attention or like a cookie, or like, what do you want from this interaction right now? Because it can't be that you're like, okay, let's say I believe, or let's say that I buy into the idea that all you're trying to do is get women to not side with other women all the time, like you put it, or whatever. That's weird. Like, just that in and of itself is strange. For what reason? How does that, what I'm asking you is, how does that hurt women? Let's say women always believe women all the time. How does that hurt women? That's what I want to know. Like, as a group, how does that hurt women as a collective? I need for, I don't know, he must be on mute. There you go. What'd you say? If women always believe other women, like you say you don't want them to do, but let's just play it out. Let's say women believe women all the time, right? Like you're saying, how does that hurt women?
No, what I'm saying is, I'm not saying that nothing that she's saying is wrong.
No. I'm saying, hold on. Hold on, brother. You got to answer that question, though.
What I'm saying is, when they know that something is truthful that a man may say, they always want to.
How does she know what you're saying is truthful? Nobody knows what you're saying is truthful. Nope. Nobody is. Hold on, brother. We don't know you. Men lie every day. Why would anybody up here believe what you're saying to be true? I don't believe it's. Listen to what I'm saying. I don't think you're lying or telling the truth. I'm indifferent. right? You just told us your story. I was just trying to figure out the relevancy of it. But now I asked you another question because you brought up women. You just want women not to believe women all the time. And I'm asking you, why should they not believe women all the time? AKA, how does it hurt them if they believe women all the time? That's all I want to know.
Man, this league, man. That's good, man. I ain't gonna...
What?
And you know what's wicked? Wait, y'all. I got to clock something. You know what's wicked? Men jump up on this panel all the time and defend other fucking men on the internet that they don't know behind the most egregious shit, right? But the fact that we found holes in your story and we're asking you clarifying questions, that made you uncomfortable because now you can't just cover it up with your story. You have to actually answer those questions. And once you start answering those questions, you then realize, dang, I might not have been the guy that I'm trying to present to them.
Yeah, and why? And my thing is always going to be, why do y'all bring up y'all personal stories into space?
And y'all can laugh. You know what? Really, honestly, only as long as God knows, and I know that's all that matters to me.
Okay, but
you ought to be scared that God knows.
But the thing that always blows my mind is, I didn't know you were going to talk about yourself, right? I'm saying, like, you know what I mean? Like, really tell us a personal thing. I didn't know that. You also told this woman's story. You said she has mental issues and stuff like that. Again, I don't know why y'all do that about people. I have no idea. Somebody could be in here that knows both of y'all. Now they know that woman got mental issues and she chasing after some married men. Like, it's just weird the shit that y'all be saying about people on public platforms. Like, I would never, like, thousands of people see this stuff. I don't know if you know that. Literally thousands of people see this, right? So you're saying it like just out in the open, broad daylight, whatever, right? Cool. But you centered yourself though. And then now you're like mad because like we don't really give a fuck. It's weird. It's like I will never understand that shit. Like, why do you like y'all do you do the thing to yourself and then get mad when we don't react the way that you want us to? It's like, you know what it is, like fishing for compliments. That's what it feels very cringy. Like he was fishing for a compliment. Like, I was a good guy. I was with the woman. I loved the baby. The baby was saying that I was really her. Her baby was really saying that I was her real biological father. And I was like, no, I had to sit her down. Like, no, I ain't your biological father. I'm just better than that nigga. And then this crazy ass woman done went off the reservation and she following around some nigga that's like, why you telling us all that woman business? Why you telling us that baby business? Why you telling us your daughter? Like, what the fuck is you doing? And then when Kay asks you some simple clarifying questions, you want to fucking attack her talking about, I don't know why you women just believe women all the time. Because you niggas be lying. It ain't, look, man, that woman ain't even here to defend herself and nobody fucking believed you. So how the fuck are we believing the women? It ain't that we believe women. We just don't believe you. Like, what? All right, yo.
But I just want to say blessings to everyone. I had a wonderful time. Thank you.
Appreciate you, brother.
See y'all next time.
Come on, man. Let that can't let that man live, man. All right, man. Get some sleep, man. Hey, Jay Lovely said, some women don't. Oh, no, we did that one. I'm sorry. Baji Baby said, does he tell his homeboy they need to stop creating baby mamas so he can find his wife? No, he don't. Your favorite irritation said, see how quick masks come off the moment Kay started talking? Exactly. They be up there masking, then the mask get exposed, and now they mad at us. Like, what the fuck did we do, nigga? Y'all be so used to gaslighting everybody, and when you run into some people, and I've been telling y'all this, I'm really trying to give y'all the game. If you come up on these panels, it's going to be hard to do the things you do in your regular life. If you are a fucking narcissistic goddamn gaslighter, it's hard to do that in these spaces. It just is. I promise you it is. And it don't matter. Y'all, I swear to God, it doesn't matter who you are. It doesn't matter who, me, BPG, it don't matter. People could like you, not like, somebody gonna clock it. It's going to happen. I swear to God, I've seen it so many times on this app. It's really amazing to watch it. You just watch it. You just like, damn, okay. You just see it from your favorite people to your least favorite people. You are going to see it at some point in time. Like, oh, I see. If they're doing it, it will show. That's all I'm saying. But y'all come up in this motherfucker thinking you just gonna be able to say the shit that you've been saying to your woman the last 10 years, nigga. We are not her, bro. We ain't hunching on you. We don't know how you smell. We don't like the way you fart, and we don't like nothing. We don't know nothing about you, good or bad. We don't know nothing about you. You a blank slate to us. You come up here and start lying, niggas gonna ask questions. This shit don't make sense. Why that lady just get up and leave you? You trying to say she had mental health problems? I'm trying to say she had mental. He said the only way. He said that woman had to be crazy to leave me. Like, nigga, what?
Because the first person to tell them that they were crazy was that lady. When she told him, when she left him, nigga, I'm leaving. You are absolutely insane. I don't understand why you trying to control me. And they get on here and they think that somehow they gonna tell us about all the bills they pay and all the stuff they do, which is stuff that they supposed to do anyway. And we're gonna be like, you know what, sir? That
You a good man.
Wrong. Oh my God. You know what? I want you, sir, so bad. Because who would want a man that pay bills and that take care of the kids and be in the house?
He come home every night.
These females.
Who?
I don't get it. That's what they want us to do.
Who don't want a man that don't know? Who don't want a man that know where his home is?
And it said when they started telling their side of the story and that lady side, we noticed things that she didn't even notice. It was some stuff that she couldn't see because she was in a relationship with him, and thank God she got out. But they want us to skip over that part. But we validated exactly what she said when she left, and now he and that kid soul tearing that freeway up because he's pissed off because not only did she get mad and leave, now he can't find validation anywhere else. He's probably going to some red pill live somewhere, so some man can stroke both his ego and his wee to make him feel better about how wrong he did that. Like
BBG, hold on, I got a question for you. What kind of car he got?
A Kia Soul, 2018 to be exact.
That's the year. The old body.
Yes. Yep. Yep. He's still using the aux cord.
Okay. I was just wondering because I was like, how the fuck you know he had a key? Because that's a car of all the cars in name. That's a crazy car just to throw out there like that on a Sunday.
Specifically, the bumper a different color.
He got one of them like poppy cut, like a yellow, or they make them in them bright colors.
They don't do that here.
Oh, they don't?
That's a California thing, no.
Damn, they just like everything gray, black, and white out there.
Yep, that's just about it. You gotta add them other colors.
Yeah.
The other thing about that too that is
interesting is wait, Tom. Let Anastasia go real quick. I just want to make sure she get a chance to go in there. I'm go to sleep.
Alrighty, I was just popping in. Single mothers definitely bring more to the table than single men. You can also see this, like they've even made memes about people guys wanting to use single mothers for like petty stuff, like their snacks, or they've always got. It's basically making jokes about how responsible they are for their kids and everything else, and guys want to come in and reap the benefits of it, but then you'll get those other takes like the gentleman earlier talking about how he wouldn't date somebody knowing that they're single. But I was curious to know if he would have expected for her.
Yeah, of course he did.
For that Smoothie King.
For the Smoothie King, yeah.
Yeah. He
did. He thought
he
thought that was big time.
Yeah, that was scary.
He would have let her push that car seat to the side. If he wanted to hunch him, he would have definitely let
100%.
Her push that car seat.
Gave up that booty.
That booty seat would have been rocking.
1,000%. But yeah, that's kind of all I was meaning to kind of touch on. I might have lost some ideas along the way, but thanks for having me up.
You're good. Appreciate it. Hey, y'all. It's about that time, man. We ran it. We did it. It's 7 o'clock. My baby's got to get up in here. We did 4 hours. We did it, Joe. We did 4 hours. We did a 4-hour live, man. I kept it together. I can't believe my brain remained. Y'all made it fun. Y'all made it fun. Y'all made it special. Shout out to everybody that joined the panel. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't be able to do it. I would have had to leave a long time ago. So I'm happy. Shout out to the best minds in the business. Shout out to the old subs and the new subs, the tappers, yappers, and super chatters, man. I love y'all. For real, for real. Are you not entertained? Everybody that hit the Cash App, y'all know what it is. Now I love y'all more, man, on some real for real shit. Yeah. It was good. It was good. I'll see y'all next Thursday. 2:00, hopefully. Between 2 and 3. CP time. Okay? Between 2 and 3. Okay? Y'all have yourselves a good Sunday, man.